I'll never forget the first time I realised just how far Fallout New Vegas would let me go. It was early in my very first playthrough. I had barely followed the main story. Obviously, being a first playthrough, I didn't really know what was going on and was just going with the flow. I'd managed to pick up Boone and Novak and had taken out Benny, leading to the invitation to meet with Caesar. I knew enough at that stage, though, to know that I wasn't a fan of the Legion, having seen the terror they'd wrought upon Nipton, for example. So I decided to make my way to Cottonwood Cove and then on to the fort, Caesar's own camp, curious to look into the eyes of the man who'd ordered such atrocities. On the way to the cove, I wondered, what if I just killed him? Was that even possible this early before the story allowed it? Having never played the game before and being used to games funneling players along predetermined paths, it felt like the game's narrative surely wouldn't permit assassinating a major character out of sequence just because I felt like it. But my curiosity got the better of me. Taking Boone along on the journey basically sealed the decision, as he attacked Legionnaires on sight on the way, meaning I had to take the barge to the fort without the Legion envoy, and everyone at the fort was already hostile. Boone and I fought our way up the hill, slaughtering every Legion member we came across as we went. Eventually we made it to Caesar's tent, and in seconds he lay dead at my feet, his guards in a panicked frenzy around the tent, soon to follow their leader into oblivion. For a moment I thought I'd broken the game. Surely this would corrupt the story or result in a fail state. But instead, New Vegas astonished me. It adapted. The storyline actually evolved, taking into account the completely insane choice I'd made. Legate Lanius quietly assumed leadership of the Legion, and the world was affected by my decision too. Numerous NPCs reacted to the news. For example, Julie Farkas at the Old Mormon Fort mused, "So the great Caesar is dead," but doubted it would slow the impending attack. On the strip, NPCs commented, "That's the one who killed Caesar." And at various locations around the map, NCR soldiers will comment, "Wish I could have been there to see Caesar die, what an asshole." Even my companion Boone reacted, saying, "Yeah, that was some kind of stunt we pulled," and goes on to say he guesses Caesar never saw that coming when he was having his coffee that morning. So the game didn't crash or scold me, it rolled with it, completely acknowledging my crazy and, what seemed to me at the time, off-script decision. And that was the moment that I fell in love with Fallout New Vegas. I realised this game would fully embrace my choices, my agency as a player, no matter how wild or out of order my actions were. Killing Caesar early was not a plot-ruining sequence break, it was just another way the story could go. Obsidian, the developers, had seemingly prepared for it during development, with alternate dialogue, reputation changes, and quest rerouting to accommodate my actions. That cherished personal memory of mine is just one example of the unparalleled freedom New Vegas offers its players. In this video, I want to dive deep into how I think Fallout New Vegas empowers the player to shape the story in a way that makes it feel infinitely replayable, through decisions big and small. We'll start where everyone does, in Goodsprings, and see how even the tutorial area quietly teaches you about agency, even if you don't notice it at the time. Then we'll journey through all the major quest lines, the New California Republic, Caesar's Legion, Mr. House, and Yes Man, dissecting how the main story branches and the major side quests intersect with them, as well as looking at some of the lesser side quests that offer you many and varied choices. I'll interweave tons of quest-specific examples of choices and their cascading outcomes, how your actions ripple through the game's systems and narrative, often leading to complex or surprising results. I'm also going to take a close look at some of the most obscure, insane, or outright ridiculous things you can do in New Vegas. The kind of wild stunts most games would never allow. We're talking killing important NPCs whenever you feel like it, double-crossing factions at critical moments, using stealth or special tactics to resolve quests in unintended ways, discovering that some seemingly bad choices can lead to good outcomes that the game doesn't even hint at, and sequence breaking the storyline by going wherever you want, whenever you want. New Vegas not only allows these approaches, it accommodates them with reactivity. Along the way, I'll attempt to quantify or at least illustrate the sheer number of possible ending variations the game can produce based on all your choices. It's a mind-boggling figure, though take it with a grain of salt. And, speaking of endings, I'll also give an overview of the functional post-game ending mod that fans created. an add-on that actually lets you continue playing after the final battle, experiencing the aftermath of your decisions in the Mojave. We'll see how that mod implements post-game changes, effectively turning those ending slides into a playable epilogue. I will say before going any further that I haven't covered every single possible quest and choice you could make in the game, because for that this video would have to be about 1 billion hours long. I've also stayed away from the DLCs in any deep sense, as I'll be covering those themselves in other videos, but I will touch upon them in a high level sense. Regardless, there is a whole lot to look at here anyway, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Not only that, this video will serve as a bit of a storytelling opportunity, the alternate universe's broad strokes wise of what the story of New Vegas actually is. So hopefully you'll enjoy that aspect of it too. Anyway, by the end of the video, I hope to have conveyed to you why this level of player agency is so rare and so compelling, and why, for this very reason, even years later, Fallout New Vegas remains my favourite game of all time. So sit back, relax, grab a snack or something, and get ready for what I hope may be one of the most comprehensive tours of Fallout New Vegas's absolute feast of player choices. But first, thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy deep dive content like this, you can help me out massively by liking and hyping this video, leaving a comment with your thoughts, and of course subscribing to the channel. In the next 12 months, I'm aiming to reach at least 50k subs, and every single one of you who clicks that button counts towards that goal. And of course, once you do subscribe, be sure to check out the rest of my videos. I also want to give a huge thank you and shout out to my channel members and Patreon supporters who make it possible for me to do these long form videos full time. Alright, with that out of the way, let's get started on our journey through the Mojave Wasteland's endless possibilities. Every New Vegas playthrough begins the same way. You wake up in Doc Mitchell's house in Goodsprings after surviving a bullet to the head. It's a quiet, scripted intro that teaches you the basics of character creation, skills, and looting some supplies. It doesn't seem like a place where grand moral choices are made. In fact, many players, myself included, barreled through Goodsprings the first time without realising it was subtly teaching a lesson. You have the freedom to choose sides, or to opt out entirely. The initial quest you get in Goodsprings is a tutorial of sorts, back in the saddle, where Sunny Smiles shows you how to shoot and some of the game's survival mechanics. But the real learning moment when it comes to what the game actually is comes with the next quest, Ghost Town Gunfight. When a caravan merchant named Ringo hides in the town's gas station from a gang of escaped convicts, the Powder Gangers, you're thrust into a classic western setup. The Powder Gangers' leader in this area, Joe Cobb, wants Ringo dead. If you speak to Ringo, he asks for your help, and if you agree, suggests you ask Sunny Smiles for her support. Sunny agrees to help right away, and then further suggests that you help organise a defence of the town by speaking to the other residents and gathering their support. It feels like the obvious heroic thing to do in an RPG, help the good people against the nasty bandits. And indeed, most players will naturally go around town recruiting helpers, Trudy, Shet, Doc Mitchell, Easy Pete, and gather supplies to fend off the gang in a shootout. Siding with Goodsprings yields positive reputation with the town and some caps as thanks. It's the archetypal good karma outcome, the courier saves the day. But what New Vegas doesn't scream at you, though it quietly makes available, is that you can do the opposite. You can actually side with Joe Cobb and the Powder Gangers. If you walk up to Cobb and engage with him, you get a totally different path. A quest called Run Goodsprings Run. You can even convince Joe Cobb to take over the town too, with an intelligence speech check. Joe tells you that he's going to go and round up his friends for the assault on Goodsprings, and he wants you to take care of Ringo first. So you go and take out Ringo and then report back to Joe. He's pleased Ringo is out of the picture and turns back to planning the assault on Goodsprings. But he needs supplies to ensure a successful outcome. Suddenly you notice the task list in your Pip-Boy are the flip side of what they were in Ghost Town Gunfight. Instead of rounding up supplies for Goodsprings defenders, you're asked to trick Doc Mitchell into giving medical materials and then shake down Shet in the general store for supplies. Once prepared, you yourself end up leading the gang of Powder Gangers to Goodsprings. It's brutal. Whatever you decide to do, if you succeed, Goodsprings becomes essentially a powder ganger stronghold, at least for a while. The game fully acknowledges this dark path. You gain positive reputation from the powder gangers, but you become vilified in Goodsprings. Complete ghost town gunfight in favour of the town, on the other hand, and you'll earn powder gangers' hatred regardless. They'll start sending hit squads of convicts after you in revenge, ambushing you along the roads. The ending slideshow even has variations based on the decisions you'd make here at this early stage. Goodsprings can either prosper because of you or remain under powder ganger threat depending on what you did, as well as a whole host of other possibilities based on decisions we'll look at later in the video. What's genius is how subtle this lesson is. You don't realise that it's all to do with how the larger system works in the game as regards faction reputations and much bigger decisions about who to side with. There's also the fact that interacting with the townsfolk offers you a whole shed load of information on the different factions, along with all sorts of dialogue options locked out by different skill requirements, or simply only available if you take the time to ask. These dialogues will do many things, not least of which inform you about the world or give you a heads up on situations taking place elsewhere that get marked on your map, for instance. So there are whole other layers to what this opening area of the game is able to teach you. And beyond that, on a first playthrough, you might not even realise the option to side with the powder gangers even exists at all. The game doesn't force you to pick a side in a heavy-handed way, it just places Joe Cobb there as an alternative if you happen to talk to him. If you never do, you'll simply experience the defend the town scenario and feel good about it. But the potential for another choice was always there. New Vegas is giving you a nudge and telling you, hey, you don't have to be the hero if you don't want to be. You can be the villain, or you can skip the whole conflict entirely. You're free to just walk out of Goodsprings and ignore both Ringo and Cobb. In fact, if you leave town without resolving things, the quest remains unfinished and in stasis. The conflict is paused in a stalemate without your involvement. That's yet another path. Inaction is a choice too. On subsequent playthroughs, players often have that aha moment returning to Goodsprings. Maybe you roleplay a more cynical or opportunistic courier who doesn't care about a backwater town's squabble. Or you can test the limits of the game and try to kill everyone just because you can. Yes, you can even attack the townsfolk yourself for no reason at all. Doc Mitchell and Sonny, for example, are not essential NPCs after the intro, so it's possible to massacre your own tutorial benefactors if you're so inclined. The game won't stop you, it will just brand you a psychopathic pariah and adjust accordingly. We touched upon this a bit, but let's formalise how Goodsprings illustrates several core pillars of New Vegas' design. First, faction reputation. Your actions affect how groups view you. Help Goodsprings, you become liked there. Cross them, you're vilified. Help the powder gangers and you get in their good graces for now. Down the line, this rep system becomes hugely important, the NCR, Legion, etc., but here it's introduced organically. Second, it shows multiple solutions to the same problem. There's an optimal way, gather all the allies you can, a rushed way, fight the gang unprepared, and a morally awful way, side with the bad guys. Goodsprings is also a microcosm of how the game world responds to your choices. Dialogue options that you unlock based on what you do in-game are a huge part of the enjoyment of trying out different paths. Characters within Goodsprings itself will comment on and behave differently around you depending on how you handled the situation after the fact. We already discussed the faction implications with the powder gangers, but there's a fun dialogue you'll come across if you decided to go against them. Expect to be greeted with lit dynamite sticks on the road and the unfriendly quip, "I have a present for you from the powder gangers, I hope you like dynamite." That's the kind of present you get for making them angry. In a really natural and immersive way, Goodsprings foreshadows New Vegas' core theme: you are writing your own story. The town's fate, minor as it is in the grand scheme, can go in completely opposite directions based purely on player choice. So Goodsprings sets the tone. New Vegas will not pigeonhole you. It establishes early that morality is flexible, conflicts have sides, and you can often help, harm, or ignore as you see fit. From this quiet little town, the game then flings the training wheels off and lets you wander into the Mojave however you want. That is, if you hadn't decided to just wander off already, because you could have, if you'd wanted to. When you do decide to leave Goodsprings, whether before or after any of the quests there, the entire Mojave wasteland sprawls before you. New Vegas is particularly known for famously employing the wide open world design to such an extent where, theoretically, you can go almost anywhere from the start. There's a main storyline path, of course, heading south to Prim, then to the Mojave Outpost, north through Nipton and Novak, and onward to New Vegas itself, but the game never forces you to follow it. In fact, quite the opposite, the game is very good at pulling you away from the main quest with various locations along the way, and also demonstrates that veering off the path even a little and engaging with the activities you find can have unforeseen, potentially dangerous consequences. One of the first NPCs you meet to the south of Goodsprings, if you decide to explore a little on the way, is named Barton Thorne. He tries to lure you up a ridge with a sob story about his girl being trapped by geckos. If you take his bait, you'll find that he wasn't exactly being honest with you. Once you clear out the geckos and find some cool loot at the top of the ridge, he then reveals it was a ruse for you to deal with the monsters so he can then take you out and steal the loot for himself. He attacks you and you have no choice but to put him down or die. It's one of the early examples of the game saying, hey, you can go off the beaten path, but be ready for danger. And oh boy, can you go off the path. Some players immediately turn north from Goodsprings, attempting the infamous Deathclaw and Cazador run to get to New Vegas at level 1. If you scramble through Sloan and past the Deathclaw-infested Quarry Junction or skirt the edges of the mountains where the notorious speedy, dangerously venomous Cazadors roam, it's entirely possible to reach New Vegas at a very low level, long before you might think the story expects you there. The game won't stop you with arbitrary barriers or you must be level whatever messages, it just relies on natural challenges, the terrifying creatures, to gate those areas. But determined or clever players find ways past them, maybe trying their luck with sprinting through, taking advantage of the terrain to avoid enemies, or using stealth boys if they can get a hold of them to sneak past. And if you make it to New Vegas early, the game just continues. You might arrive with no context at all, missing companions or gear you'd normally have, but you can still proceed to meet Mr. House or confront Benny at the Tops Casino. You've skipped a whole shed-load of the content on the way, but the following content is all waiting for you, adapted to the fact that you got there so early. The ability to sequence break like this is one of the hallmarks of what makes New Vegas so special for me. Unlike more linear role-playing games, you're not hemmed in by main quest checkpoints or other rules and mechanics. For example, you're technically supposed to learn about Benny's whereabouts by talking to people in Prim, Novak, and Boulder who direct you along the chain of clues. But you could, if you knew out of game, just go straight to the Tops Casino and confront Benny without any of that. The game allows it, and not only that, adapts to your choice. For instance, if you meet and deal with Benny, you'll be approached by Vulpes and Kulta on the Strip, obviously having skipped the usual first encounter with him in Nipton. When you go back to Nipton later, Kulta will have unique dialogue to take this into account. Namely, wondering if you recognise him from handing you the Mark of Caesar. Similarly, you can skip Novak's major quests, one for my baby with Boone and then Come Fly With Me, the rocket quest to get information from Manny Vargas. And nothing breaks, you just miss out on Boone as a companion at that stage and can do the related quests later on. New Vegas doesn't demand that you follow its way to the Strip by doing mandatory quests. The wasteland is open to you, and your route to the Strip and through the game as a whole is yours to decide. That open world freedom also means you can stumble into side quests out of order or discover secrets early. You might wander into Vault 3, Fiend territory well before you're ready, or wander east to Cottonwood Cove and meet the Legion far earlier than the main plot would take you there. The game world has a consistent state. Caesar's Legion is already raiding and enslaving in the southeast. The NCR is patrolling and holding Hoover Dam. The Boomers are isolated at Nellis, and so on and so forth. You, as the courier, can go interact with any of them at almost any time. Of course, how they react may depend on what you've done. For instance, if you helped Goodsprings against the Powder Gangers, then went straight to the NCR Correctional Facility, the Powder Gangers base, those convicts at the prison might shoot you on sight because you're already vilified by their faction. Alternatively, if you never spoke to Ringo and therefore never started the quest to save him, you can actually work for the Powder Gangers and accrue positive faction reputation with them before even choosing to either take their side against Ringo or betray them later. So your early choices can dynamically make certain areas friendlier or more hostile. There is an internal logic tying it all together. One of the best examples of doing things out of order is actually the quest we discussed bypassing earlier, They Went That-A-Way. The nominal main quest where you track Benny across the desert. Normally you follow Benny's trail. From Goodsprings you learn he headed to Prim, from Prim to Novak via Nipton, from Novak to Boulder City, and then finally the Strip. But New Vegas cleverly has multiple information paths. Not only that, there are activities along the way that you can skip entirely, as mentioned earlier, or play them out to affect the wider world. For instance, you have Prim's lawlessness taken over by convicts. You can clear them out and install a new sheriff or lawful force from a number of options, including the NCR themselves, all of which have a different outcome for Prim at the end of the game. Or you can just go on a frenzy and clear out the entire town along with the NCR garrison stationed nearby. You would, of course, if you murdered everyone or skipped the town entirely, miss your clue as regards trailing Benny. But you could still stumble across that path later anyway via another clue down the line. If you, say, happened upon the Great Cans in Boulder City without gathering information from Manny Vargas and Novak, you can skip right ahead at that point. And speaking of Manny Vargas, we've already said you can skip his quest completely, but there are even more granular nuances to how you can gain the information you need from him. You can avoid his request to clear out the ghouls, the already mentioned Come Fly With Me quest, via the confirmed Bachelor perk, where he just gives you the information you need to track Benny. Or you can just break into his room at the motel and hack his terminal to get a hold of the information. Heck, even if Manny's dead, yeah, you could just have felt like straight up murdering Manny for whatever reason you chose, which would cut off his dialogue. There's a holotape on his body that holds the clue anyway. The developers accounted for players eliminating quest givers or bypassing them, clearly. And beyond that, as we said earlier, you could just wander ahead and come across the next stage of the trail. It's hard to truly break the main quest. There's nearly always another route to advance. This flexibility extends to the solutions of quests too. New Vegas rarely forces a single approach. We've seen examples of this already, but there are so many we'll keep revisiting that flexibility as we make our way through the game. For instance, if you want to be stealthy, you often can. Take the Boulder City hostage situation. You can run in guns blazing, or you can negotiate with the Great Cans to free the NCR hostages peacefully. Or, looking at the stealthy solution we alluded to, sneak in through the back door and free the hostages that way, though you'll have to kill the Great Cans afterwards in the ruins. The game reacts appropriately. If you save the hostages peacefully, you get NCR fame and Great Cans fame for honouring a deal you made with them, guaranteeing their safety from the NCR. If you slaughter the Cans, you might get NCR fame, but the Cans will obviously hate you, possibly complicating things when you meet their main camp later. Or you could just kill everyone, the NCR and their hostages, all the Great Cans, and be utterly reviled and feared as a rampaging monster. These are small branches, but they all feed into a larger web of faction reputations and character outcomes, even if you go completely insane. Another cool potential choice you could make in the open world environment that I particularly enjoy is heading to Black Mountain, the mutant radio station, early. You might randomly hear the weird broadcast from Tabitha on Black Mountain Radio and decide to investigate. If you actually manage to fight your way up there at an early level, a challenge but not impossible, you could complete the side quest crazy way ahead of the predicted schedule. Interestingly, doing so can net you a great companion, Raoul, far earlier than you would normally encounter him. And if you have Raoul with you early, his quests and dialogues might trigger during events that most first-time players wouldn't have him present for. The game doesn't stop you from recruiting a mid to late game companion early through sheer bold exploration. Perhaps the ultimate example of go anywhere, do anything, and something we teased a little with the murderous possibility of wiping everyone out during the Boulder City hostage situation, among others we touched upon, is the fact that you can kill almost any NPC in the game, including quest critical ones, and the game still remains playable. This is extremely rare in gaming. In New Vegas, if someone important dies, the designers often provided a fallback. The main quest and its various routes, which we're going to examine a bit later in the video, are a perfect example of the game offering redundancies to take into account the deaths of important characters. We've already seen a couple of examples of this, but I need to underline that this isn't a once in a while thing with New Vegas. There are tons of other instances aside from those where you can bypass a character entirely, either by ignoring them, not noticing them, killing them, etc., and still carry out a quest from a different route. But the game can be brutal about it as well as accommodating. Sometimes you actually do just lock yourself out of something by killing the person who'd have given you the quest. Or you can face dire reputational consequences or see the awful impact on the Mojave via the ending slides depending on what you've done. There is, out there, I am sure, beyond sensationalized videos put together for YouTube, a Mojave where a player has killed almost everyone everywhere and is wandering a sort of ghost map. The true consequence of being a psychotically evil character, as it were, would be an empty and lonely world with nobody to speak to and nothing to do. That in itself is treating the player like an adult. Here are the consequences of your actions. The game doesn't shy away from that at all. It lets you choose how far you want to take it. Without wanting to create some sort of ridiculous play on words, over and above being an actual desert, the Mojave is a sandbox in a whole other way. And one that doesn't hold your hand all the time. It is content to let you go. You carve your own path for better or worse. You might walk into a Legion raid at Nelson and decide to ignore the captives. The game won't force you to intervene. You might find Camp McCarran, come across the monorail bomb quest, and let it explode for no reason other than the fact that you didn't care enough to bother defusing it. And after letting the bomb go off, you might mercilessly slaughter the entire NCR presence at McCarran for no reason at all. Not even because you're on the side of the Legion, just for the chaos of it. And as much as the game punishes and forces you to live with chaotic actions by ensuring they won't break the game, or works around niche actions that you'd have thought the devs wouldn't even have considered, New Vegas continuously rewards curiosity and creativity. There are so many instances of players online sharing how they came across dialogue that they'd never heard before due to choices they'd made, or marvelling that they'd been able to achieve an outcome via some insane route they thought might be impossible. I'm sure you will all have many stories like this, and I'm really looking forward to reading the comments once this video is up. Anyway, all this freedom sets the stage for the meat of the game, the major quest lines. By the time you reach New Vegas itself, you could have done 100 different things in 1,000 different ways. Maybe you helped the residents of the Mojave where you could, or maybe you left a trail of chaos and destruction in your wake. Maybe you never spoke to anyone at all. These actions or inactions colour how the four main faction routes play out. Let's take a look at each of those major paths, the NCR, Legion, Mr. House and Yes Man, and see how they diverge and intersect, and how side quests weave into them. This is another amazing example of where the game's branching narrative offers unparalleled player agency. Now, to reassure you at this stage, I will not be repeating the same quests over and over again line by line. I'll be making note of where we've covered the main thrust of some aspect of a quest or choice when there's something similar on one of the other four major paths. Luckily, there is more than enough variation to keep things interesting, as you will see during our exploration of the story and various choices you can make. Also, once again, there's literally so much content that I'll be limiting each run to mainly the key tentpole decisions, rather than the smaller, granular ones. I'll touch upon those once we've covered the main faction directions you can take. Before we get there though, I want to touch upon what happens when you actually find Benny, because that's the final part of Phase 1 of the game, which then leads into the main faction questlines. And as ever, we will be looking at the sheer amount of choice there is with this part of the game. How Benny is dealt with is one of the clearest demonstrations of New Vegas refusing to lock the player into a single narrative response, even when the motivation is as simple as revenge. He shoots you in the head, buries you in a shallow grave, and expects the story to end there. Instead, the game hands the reins back to the player and says, "So, what are you going to do about it?" You can reach Benny through half a dozen routes as we've already discussed. When you finally get the chance to confront him, the game doesn't funnel you toward a dramatic duel or a moral judgment. You can expose him quietly through Swank and have him isolated, kill him publicly and turn the tops hostile, trick him into a private meeting and execute him without witnesses, or manipulate him into lowering his guard through persuasion, barter, or sleeping with him. Each option reflects a different choice for the player: social leverage, personal cruelty, cold pragmatism, or indifference. None are treated as the correct response, they are simply allowed by the game. What happens to Benny afterwards reinforces that this freedom has consequences. Kill him early and his story ends abruptly, his ambitions cut short and handed to you instead. Let him escape and the game doesn't forget about him. He is captured by Caesar's legion and dragged to the fort. There you are offered yet another layer of choice. Benny can be crucified publicly, reduced from a would-be kingmaker to a very clear lesson in failure for anyone wondering why he's there. If you spare him, he attempts to flee again and is killed almost instantly by the Legion regardless, showing you that mercy on your part does not guarantee a good outcome. Whatever the case, the game leaves it to you, the player, to decide whether his death is personal, political, symbolic, or incidental. The game, as it so often does, gives you the tools, steps back, and watches you decide what to do. Now, with Benny out of the way, let's look at the 4 main faction routes you can take. If you're playing as a relatively good courier, someone who values stability, law, and order, you will likely drift towards the New California Republic. The NCR is the big militaristic democracy trying to bring the Mojave under its flag. Choosing to side with the NCR in New Vegas feels like supporting the established good guys, albeit flawed ones. But even within the NCR questline, New Vegas gives you tons of latitude in how you support them and what kind of outcome you'll create. Your formal introduction to working with the NCR usually comes when you reach the Strip for the first time. Shortly after dealing with Benny, an NCR envoy will deliver a message from Ambassador Dennis Crocker inviting you to the NCR embassy on the Strip. Crocker initially asks you to do some diplomatic tasks to improve NCR relations in the region. First off, he'll want you to spearhead diplomatic relations with the Boomers who reside at Nellis Air Force Base. These heavily armed isolationists normally bombard anyone who comes near with artillery. Crocker's approach is pragmatic. He wants you to secure the Boomers as allies for the NCR if possible, or if that isn't on the cards, at least neutralise them as a threat. The best way to achieve the diplomatic relations with them is by seizing the chance to befriend the Boomers by doing the quest Volaire, which involves helping with various tasks around the base and ultimately helping them raise a bomber plane from the bottom of a lake. This quest and other smaller quests for the Boomers increase your reputation with them to the point where you can ask them to ally with the NCR. What's cool is that you could have completed Volaire and the smaller quests already and have a positive reputation with the Boomers without even having to have spoken to Dennis Crocker, skipping all of the preamble. Regardless, after getting the Boomers to agree to help the NCR in the final battle at Hoover Dam, they will bomb Legion positions from the recovered bomber plane during the fight. In this positive scenario, there's an ending mention that the NCR and Boomers came to an accord and their firepower helped secure victory, etc. However, you could also decide, for whatever reason, that you don't want the Boomers helping the NCR and kill them all instead. In that case, of course, they wouldn't be there for the battle, which is fine. The NCR will win without them, it's just a bit harder. The interactions with the Boomers are fun, of course, and offer some player agency, but the next quest Crocker offers I find to be a lot more interesting when it comes to complex decision making. It's called King's Gambit, where you must diffuse a rising tension between the NCR and the Kings, an Elvis-themed gang in Freeside. One of the kings, named Pacer, seems to be the instigator of the violence. Here already you get choices, and then choices wrapped up in those choices. King's Gambit is where the NCR stops pretending Freeside is merely outside the walls and starts treating it like a threat to be managed. Crocker frames it politely, reports of violence against NCR citizens, but the actual ask is blunt: deal with Pacer or get the king to fall in line, and do it in a way that leaves the NCR's hands looking clean. For example, using an energy weapon, something the NCR do not use. There's a proper showcase of player agency here again, because this quest really does give you a lot of routes to take. It presents you with a menu of methods that all say something different about your courier, even if they all technically help the NCR. The quest forks into two broad routes: the deadly solution, kill Pacer in a way that doesn't point back to the NCR, or the diplomatic solution, go over Pacer, try to reach the king, and force a political settlement. If you choose the assassination path, you get a whole load of options as to how you might want to approach even that single choice. First of all, you can frame the Van Graffs for the murder. Since we haven't mentioned them yet, for those unaware, the Van Graffs are a powerful, ruthless family of energy weapon merchants operating out of the Silver Rush in Freeside, specialising in plasma and laser weapons. In the game world, they function as amoral profiteers who manipulate everyone around them with little to no regard for anything other than making a profit. They aren't exactly on good terms with the NCR, so taking this route has a bit of poetry to it. You improve the NCR's standing in Freeside, and as a bonus, harm the reputation of the Van Graffs, themselves not exactly held in the best light by the NCR. So how would you go about this? You could go rummaging around and find Pacer's jet stash and manufacture a narrative, in the form of a forged note from Jean-Baptiste Cutting, the head of security for the Van Graffs. The note basically says that Jean-Baptiste has taken a bunch of Pacer's jet to make up some of his debt to the Van Graffs. This sends Pacer into a frenzy. He charges the Silver Rush, and the Van Graffs do what they always do. They erase the problem with energy weapons. Even if you've killed all the Van Graffs earlier in the game, you can still satisfy this part of the quest by killing Pacer yourself inside the empty Silver Rush. Another example of the game working around potential choices or actions you might have made earlier. There's another crazy option where you can actually carry out the quest Birds of a Feather for the Van Graffs as a solution to this quest. In the early parts of Birds of a Feather, you work for the Van Graffs as a guard. Pacer passes by the front of the store while you're on shift, and you have the option to pick a fight with him and then kill him while wearing Van Graff armour, and the weapon being one they own. Therefore, technically, the Van Graffs did kill him, and it satisfies this part of the King's Gambit quest. A consequence of doing this, though, is that if you hadn't already played through the King's GI Blues quest, it will fail. So it's a good idea to give that one a go first before employing this option. That being said, it's very cool that this is an option here. But if we take it as it's supposed to be played out, this is the game offering you a very specific kind of agency. You aren't pulling the trigger yourself, you're arranging the conditions where someone else will pull it for you. Whether by themselves, you pretending they did it, or you doing it while representing them as an employee. Then there's the option of arranging a bit of a medical mishap. This is the clinical option. You kill Pacer by exploiting his existing addiction and heart condition exacerbated by using Jet. The quest makes you earn it by learning about his heart condition through Rotface, an NPC in Freeside, or the Old Mormon Fort medical records. Mechanically, you're doing the same act, tampering with a stash, but narratively it's a heck of a lot colder. Pacer dies because the courier decided his addiction was a weakness to exploit in both cases, but in this specific case, he dies by directly being poisoned, which feels even more underhanded than the previous solution, if that's even possible. Alternatively, you can directly just kill the guy, whether with an energy explosive or weapon, and that'll be fine in the eyes of the NCR. They just need it to look like it wasn't carried out by them. The quest draws a hard line with that. Kill him with the wrong kind of weapon and you haven't done what Crocker asked. You can still brute force the problem with a conventional weapon if you like, and you can apologise to Crocker after the fact, but the NCR response is a bit more muted to say the least. There's a sense that you've become a liability they'll still use only because they're desperate. What's interesting here is that the implication is that, as regards the so-called good guys, the NCR, they're not saying killing is bad, they're saying killing without a plausible story attached to exonerate us is politically useless. There is, of course, the more diplomatic route. If you try to go over Pacer's head, the king won't play ball by default. The game pushes you towards the GI Blues quest as the missing context. The king's hostility isn't a cartoon hatred of the NCR, it's tangled up in misunderstanding and pressure regarding the distribution of food and water to civilians living in Freeside. If you resolve GI Blues positively and still have the king's favour available, he offers this to you as a reward. Basically, you can ask him for any favour, big or small. You can spend it to broker peace with the NCR. So as we can see here, a good outcome is still transactional. Peace doesn't happen because it's the right thing to do, it happens because the courier has leverage, which has been gained by choices you potentially made earlier in the game. Choices that you, at the time, had no idea would impact a later quest. But what if you've already spent that favour or you never gained it at all? Then the quest offers you the option of resorting to military force. If the king won't concede, Crocker offers escalation through either Colonel Moore, commander at Hoover Dam, or Colonel Sue, commander at Camp McCarran. Moore's support is the hard version, troopers and rangers back your ultimatum, and violence is essentially the expected end state. Even if you never fire a shot, the result is a shootout. And the quest treats that as a failure condition in practical terms, but it still lets you continue the NCR path if you apologise. There's that player agency again, consequences but not a moral court. Sue's support, on the other hand, is the peace with a rifle behind it version. You arrive with troops similarly to Colonel Moore's help, but if you handle the conversation politely, the king agrees to peace. And then the quest reveals to the king what Pacer actually is, a destabilizer inside the gang. He walks in furiously and sparks a coup attempt that gets him killed in the crossfire. In the aftermath, the king, despite feeling a bit down about the death of Pacer, holds to his peace agreement with the NCR. There's something to consider here when it comes to dealing with the consequences of your actions in this game and the way the game handles this. Even when you choose diplomacy, New Vegas doesn't promise you control over everything. You have to stand there and watch the domino effect play out before your eyes based on 1,000 different choices you made on the way there. In a way, it's a bit like real life, the butterfly effect. All the game promises you are outcomes shaped by those choices mixed with, in this case, competing loyalties and bad timing. And in the end, your success might still look like a bloodbath even if you didn't personally fire the first shot, or even want any violence in the first place. King's Gambit is an excellent example of player agency dressed up as politics. If we were to TLDR the quest, you can assassinate a man and make it look like someone else did it, kill him by weaponizing his own addiction, negotiate peace by spending earned social credit, or roll in with the NCR and decide whether the kings get bullied or crushed. And whichever route you pick, the game doesn't let you pretend it's tidy. Even the cleanest outcome still involves the NCR projecting force into the king's home in some fashion, because that's what the NCR does, and the courier is the tool it uses to make it happen. I want to take a moment here to stop and breathe and take stock. This is one quest, yeah? I honestly feel like this is mind-blowing. Think about the amount of ways you could do it, and bear in mind that even doing this quest in this form is predicated on another choice: siding with the NCR. The amount of choices you're given snowball very quickly, don't they? And you'll be seeing a lot more of that as we move forward. So after this preliminary work for Ambassador Crocker, you'll get passed up the chain to Colonel Moore at Hoover Dam. We encountered her earlier through one of the King's Gambit solutions, but we're going to look at her in a bit more detail here. She's the hardline officer in charge of NCR operations. Colonel Cassandra Moore represents the more uncompromising side of the NCR. To her, anything not flying the bear flag is a potential problem to be eliminated. This is where the NCR path really branches out based on your decisions with various factions. Moore orders you to deal with the Great Khans, as a reminder, the tribe stationed at Red Rock Canyon who have allied with the Legion. Deal with kind of implies wiping them out, and indeed one option is to storm their canyon and kill Papa Khan and his warriors just like that. But New Vegas provides a much more nuanced option in the quest Oh My Papa. You can actually convince the Great Khans to break their alliance with Caesar and leave the Mojave for a better future elsewhere. This involves presenting evidence to Papa Khan that Caesar will ultimately betray them. There are a couple of options for this. You can find a slave ledger in Caesar's tent which shows what the Legion did to another former tribal ally. That is to say, crucifying them and enslaving those who resisted. The other piece of evidence is in the form of a note belonging to Karl, Caesar's envoy, further showing that the Legion plans to absorb and enslave the Khans after Hoover Dam. Show Papa Khan this after first convincing a number of his most influential tribe members, and he becomes furious, ordering the Khans to kill Karl and severing the alliance with the Legion entirely. You can also go one step further. If your speech is high enough, convince Papa that the Great Khans deserve to carve out their own legacy, not just ride on others' coattails. The result of this being that he'll agree to cease hostilities with the NCR and migrate his people. From the NCR's perspective, this achieves Moore's objective without bloodshed. The ending slides reward this diplomatic route. If you got the Khans to leave peacefully, there's a slide where they make it to Wyoming and seem to do pretty well there, becoming something of a renewed empire by integrating knowledge from the followers of the apocalypse. It's a pretty good outcome compared to the alternatives, even with an NCR victory. Indeed, if you ignored Oh My Papa and just followed orders to kill them, or just didn't convince Papa Khan to break his alliance with the Legion, ending slides note that the Great Khans were among the first to face the wrath of, or deal with being an inconvenience to, the NCR after their victory, with survivors moving north to Idaho, forced to rebuild again. Colonel Moore next turns her attention to the Omertas, the Strip family operating out of Gomorrah, and her instruction is characteristically blunt. There have been clandestine, suspicious communications, and Moore wants to ensure they haven't secretly been forming an alliance with the Legion. On the surface, this could seem like it might be vague instructions for another preemptive purge. The NCR suspects a problem, and the easiest solution is to remove it from their perspective, as we saw with the Khans. But the quest How Little We Know quickly reveals that there is a legitimate threat to the civilian population from the Omertas. Namely, that they want to take it over completely with the backing of Caesar, and in so doing release a gas attack on the Strip, distracting NCR forces and weakening them at the Hoover Dam. Rather than storming the casino, which would fail the quest, the game nudges you into investigation. Cachino, one of the family's mid-level operators, can be turned from liability into asset by uncovering evidence of his corruption, either through pickpocketing his journal from him or breaking into his private suite to get a hold of it. Confronted with proof, Caccino folds and begins feeding you information about the Omerta's real plans. From there, the plot branches out. You can undermine the family by manipulating a weapons smuggler named Troik into sabotaging their cache. Erase key players like the bomb maker Clandon to throw a spanner into the works of the Omerta's plans. And then, of course, you, along with Caccino, can take out the bosses. Or you can convince him to take them out himself. Or, if you can't be bothered doing the quest at all, you can just straight up walk in, murder the bosses, and then go back to Moore and lie to her about the Omerta's plans. Obviously, you'd then have to deal with hostile Omertas and terrified gamblers for the rest of your run, as well as the fact that the strip will become a bloodbath and the NCR will be weakened at the dam. But hey, chaos, right? And as we've seen so far, player agency has its price to pay depending on what you choose to do. With that being said, it's really cool to know that you can just do what you want, whatever that might be. What's important to note here, especially after this quest, is that the game very rarely insists on a single right solution. The game doesn't care if the Omertas are actually neutralised, only that the NCR believes they are. And within that, you have various ways you can achieve, or not achieve, the goal as set out. When Colonel Moore finally turns her attention to Mr. House, there is no ambiguity in her request. She does not ask for leverage, reform, containment, she just wants him removed. Unlike the Great Khans or the Omertas, there is no attempt to dress this up as diplomacy or investigation. The NCR has decided that House's continued existence is incompatible with its vision for the Mojave, and thus the courier is tasked with carrying out a political assassination inside the most heavily defended structure on the strip. What follows is deliberately narrow, almost clinical, and a little bit shocking when you've been used to having a lot of choices about what to do. In this case, it's more about how it's done, really. Accessing House's antechamber turns the Securitrons hostile, House's questline is irrevocably broken, and the player is funneled into a sealed control room, where the only remaining decisions concern the method of House's elimination, not the outcome. Whether you disconnect his cerebral interface, leaving him alive but basically brain dead, execute him directly, or sterilise the chamber in a more violent fashion, that is to say, he explodes, the result is the same: House is neutralised. And the game marks every option as a moral negative karmically. Sometimes you can't come out of the situation as a good guy, I suppose. This is one of the few moments in New Vegas where player agency is intentionally constrained rather than expanded, and really, it acts as a bit of a juxtaposition in a narrative sense. There is no speech check to sway House to some kind of peace with the NCR, no way to resolve the conflict without bloodshed or permanent damage. The NCR, true to form, does not care how House is dealt with, only that the strip's last independent power has been erased. Removed from the chessboard, so to speak. Where other quests allow you to define what dealing with it means, this one is pretty black and white by design. Saying that, I suppose the choice here is whether to do it at all. Maybe this point is where you'd have a change of heart. Maybe putting House out of his misery is a step too far for some players. So yes, within the constraints of the quest itself, you must kill House to succeed, but the choice to complete the objective itself, that's still yours to make. Colonel Moore's next target is perhaps the biggest moral dilemma for NCR players. She sees the Brotherhood of Steel as a significant threat to NCR stability, a bunch of techno-zealots hiding in a bunker with advanced weapons. She basically instructs you to eliminate the Brotherhood at Hidden Valley. You have a few ways to go about this. The direct ways are to storm their bunker and activate the self-destruct sequence, or alternatively just wade in and straight up murder every single one of them personally. These options are as grim as they sound, and they permanently remove the Brotherhood from the Mojave. The ending slide notes the Mojave Brotherhood was buried under tons of rubble, a few survivors who were on the surface wandering west. However, New Vegas offers a more diplomatic possibility if you help the Brotherhood resolve an internal leadership dispute. And if you had chosen to back the more amenable Elder McNamara over the more aggressive Hardin, you can broker a truce. You return to Colonel Moore and suggest that the NCR doesn't need to fight the Brotherhood, that a peace can be achieved. The wider ending, though, for this scenario is fascinating. The NCR and Brotherhood form an uneasy truce. The NCR hands over recovered power armor tech to the Brotherhood, and in return, the Brotherhood provides security along some roads. They essentially carve out a working relationship in the Mojave, something the NCR and Brotherhood utterly failed to do elsewhere. This outcome is entirely missable if you didn't bother with the Brotherhood questline or if you resolved it by installing Hardin, who is less amenable. So here the game weaves a side quest into the main quest. Your prior choices with the Brotherhood of Steel directly affect whether the NCR's approach is war or diplomacy. And if you go independent later, the Brotherhood of Steel truce can still hold with the NCR's withdrawal, leading to the Brotherhood kind of filling a power vacuum on the highways. In one ending, they basically start harassing travellers for tech again after the NCR leaves. For your next quest, you're tasked with You'll Know It When It Happens, which is to ensure President Kimball survives an assassination attempt during his visit to Hoover Dam. Now, this event can play out a number of ways depending on your vigilance. If you keep your eyes peeled, you can sniff out and stop every aspect of the plot, the Legion sniper, a bomb on the vertibird, etc. Save Kimball and morale stays high, the NCR gets a huge boost and Kimball flies off safely. If you mess up, the President will be dramatically killed, either sniped or blown up, causing absolute chaos. Of course, despite this being a huge blow to morale, the NCR will carry on as usual with their campaign against the Legion. What I find quite funny though is that you had the choice to actually allow the assassination while working for the NCR. You could deliberately do a bad job and let Kimball die, effectively sabotaging the faction you ostensibly serve. The game allows this kind of double cross. It's not a scripted fail state where it's like, game over, you failed the NCR path. The NCR path keeps going, you just have to live with the fact that you decided to allow Kimball to have either his head exploded or be blown into a million pieces on the vertibird. By the time the second Battle of Hoover Dam arrives, the NCR will have as much support or as many setbacks as you earned them. And there are far more ways to help or hinder the NCR than I've been able to mention in the video so far. There are a plethora of bases needing help in various ways. There's the disinformation being spread from Camp Golf that you can choose to deal with in whatever way you choose, or ignore, or remain blissfully unaware of. There is definitely such a thing as an optimized NCR ending, but I don't want this video to be 3 days long. What I'm trying to do is to make it clear through some chosen examples and broad strokes main quest discussion that you can decide what to do. There are so many choices I wouldn't even know where to begin, to be honest. Anyway, whatever you choose to do, it has an impact. In the actual gameplay of the final mission, Eureka for the NCR, you fight your way across the dam against the Legion. And at the end, the key moment is confronting Legate Lanius at the imaginatively named Legate's camp. You have unique dialogue choices with him alongside the ever harder speech or barter checks to persuade Lanius to retreat rather than fight to the death. You can make various arguments, including that while the Legion could take the dam, holding it would be another matter. Not only that, you could argue that the culture in the West will not be able to support the Legion the same way as the tribals in the East have done historically. If you pass a very high speech check, Lanius, proud and bloodthirsty as he is, will actually stand down, ordering the Legion to withdraw. This is a huge choice. Either you take on and kill Lanius, which you certainly can, though it's a tough boss fight, or you can end the war through words. New Vegas rewards players who invested in non-combat skills with these golden opportunities. Convince Lanius to back off, and the battle ends with far fewer casualties. General Oliver and the NCR troops arrive, victorious without that final bloodbath. Finally, if you've fought and schemed for the NCR all along, you get the NCR victory ending. We hear that the NCR celebrated its second victory at Hoover Dam, establishing definitive control over the Mojave. They annexed the Strip and Freeside and all surrounding communities via treaty. The Mojave is basically absorbed into the Republic. It's not really that black and white though, and depending on some choices you've made through your run, there are a lot of smaller consequences that are not exactly perfect. Some examples of these are Goodsprings, you've got increased trade, but with a heavy burden of NCR taxes and some residents are forced to leave. Prim also benefits from traffic but chafes under NCR's taxes. And if you didn't convince the followers of the apocalypse to support the NCR, they get pushed out of Old Mormon Fort during the NCR occupation and are encouraged to leave Outer Vegas entirely. As regards the Cans, even after breaking with the Legion and cooperating, the Cans are eventually driven off and relocated to an isolated barren reservation north of NCR trade routes. That is, of course, if you didn't convince them to leave themselves beforehand. And several of the NCR outcomes result in a heavy NCR military presence in Freeside, killing many kings and driving survivors into the wastes, again depending on choices that you've made. The Brotherhood and the NCR's truce holds despite fighting continuing in the west. And the NCR actually hands over all suits of salvaged power armour in return for the Brotherhood patrolling Interstate 59 and Highway 95. And again, there's a few outcomes where there's a political fallout, public backlash, or decline of the Rangers following Hoover Dam. So as you can see, it's not all perfect, despite many players having the opinion that the NCR ending is the best one for the Mojave. Coming back to specific consequences for you, your courier might even be honoured. What's crazy is that even if you were evil and ended up with bad karma, the NCR government awards you the Golden Branch, their highest civilian honour. There's pragmatism and a bit of, it's very real in that ending when it comes to a brutal psychopath being given an award just because they helped their side. The ending also hints of the NCR's overreach. One can imagine future problems of annexation and bureaucracy. Though the game itself doesn't sugarcoat the NCR victory, it's not massively condemned, it's just a reality check that nothing is ever 100% perfect, I suppose. It's arguably a good ending in a broad sense, maybe the best of a bad bunch, but that's all subjective. You will, I'm sure, have your own opinion on that. I'm a bit on the fence, to be honest. As an aside, I'm not going into the companion consequences yet for each ending. I'll cover those in their own section later on. So that's the NCR in a nutshell. You work within the system to try to bring order, but even within that system you have freedom to be merciful or merciless, to prioritise whose lives to save, and to decide when to follow orders or go your own way. You can be the NCR's biggest hero or secretly be a subversive element undermining them from within for no reason other than your own amusement. And the game adapts to it all with remarkable consistency. Now let's flip the script and look at the other major faction on the opposite end, Caesar's Legion. A path that offers its own brand of agency, often of the cruelest kind. And also some surprising flexibility in how far you can take their domination. Walking the path of Caesar's Legion is a dramatically different experience. The Legion is depicted as a repressive, ultra-violent slave army inspired by ancient Rome, and it's the evil faction in many ways. Yet New Vegas doesn't treat the Legion path as an afterthought, it's a fully fledged questline with unique choices and consequences. If you, as the courier, decide to embrace the Legion's cause, you'll find the game world reacting to you very differently, and you'll be making decisions that shape the fate of the Mojave under Caesar's bloody banner. Your first major chance to align with the Legion comes when you receive an invitation to visit Caesar himself. After encountering and dealing with Benny, Caesar sends one of his frumentari, disguised operatives, to give you a mark of Caesar, safe passage to the fort. This is an interesting point in any playthrough. Many players go just to see what Caesar says, even if they hate him. And of course some, like I discovered I could do in my very early playthrough, just straight up murder the whole lot of them. But if you're genuinely interested in siding with the Legion, you can begin earning positive Legion reputation by doing as Caesar asks. When you first meet Caesar in his tent, he surprisingly doesn't order your execution, even if you've angered the Legion elsewhere. Instead, he has a job. He knows about the Platinum chip and Mr. House's bunker under Fortification Hill. Caesar's questline kicks off with Render unto Caesar. He tells you to take the chip into House's bunker beneath the fort and destroy whatever's inside. Now, here's a really key choice. You can either destroy Mr. House's Securitron army or secretly upgrade it to repivot back to helping House, or for your own use later, which we'll look at in more detail during the independent run summary. If you're committed to the Legion, you'll do as he says and destroy the bunker. Caesar is pleased if you do. He wants House defanged. Basically, this entire section is another example of the game allowing you to make various decisions that stack one on top of the other. Are you going all in with Caesar, or are you going to hedge your bets for now? I've held off discussing something about House until now because it wasn't strictly relevant until we were discussing the bunker. What's interesting is that House himself will have different dialogues and reactions to you depending on whether you had accepted his invitation to meet with him at the Lucky 38 at all, or indeed, if you did, when you did it. After killing Benny, different dialogue. But what if you encounter him for the first time in the bunker at the fort? Well, he has a console down there he can speak to you through, and there's a whole dialogue you can have with him which is totally unique depending on a number of different choices you could have made. Most notably if you hadn't met with him and this is your first conversation. It's really cool and definitely worth trying if you've never done it before. Anyway, assuming you actually did Caesar's bidding and destroyed the bunker, or at the very least he believes you did, the Legion path proceeds. Throughout the Legion quests, as you might imagine, you often have to carry out extremely dark deeds. The Legion doesn't recruit allies as much as destroy or enslave them. For Mr. House, Caesar's intent is unambiguous. As one of his earliest assertions of control, he wants New Vegas's existing ruler removed from the board entirely. House represents continuity, technology, and a future Caesar neither understands nor tolerates. The order is not to negotiate or undermine him, but to end his involvement in the struggle for the Mojave completely. We know how this plays out from earlier on when we discussed killing him in the NCR run, so you do it, and Caesar is one happy man. For the boomers, Caesar's position is pragmatic rather than ideological. Their firepower represents a decisive tactical advantage at Hoover Dam, and if that advantage can be secured, the Legion is happy to use it. If it cannot, Caesar would rather see the boomers removed entirely than risk their firepower falling into NCR hands. The order is simple: bring them in or take them off the board. We know the route of bringing them on board. We looked at that for the NCR, and it plays out very similarly in a Legion run. The big difference comes if you can't or don't want to have them allied with the Legion, in which case all you have in your arsenal is violence, which you could say is more in character for a courier doing the bidding of the Legion. After Raquel escorts you inside, you can kill Pearl immediately. Doing so instantly turns the entire base hostile even if the act is unseen. Loyal must also die wherever he happens to be. No further slaughter is required. The Legion's goal is not genocide but neutralization, at this stage anyway. In the ending slides, you find that if you don't ally them with the Legion, they are enslaved, and if you do bring them on board, the Legion are careful and a bit wary of them after seeing their firepower in battle, and leave them be. In this case though, with both leaders dead, the boomers cease to matter strategically. Reporting back to Caesar in either case completes the task. Recruitment strengthens the Legion at the dam, destruction denies that strength to the NCR. The choice is not framed as moral, and the game never pretends it is. This is one of several moments where a Legion-aligned player is asked not what feels right, but what produces the most reliable outcome. A pragmatic approach. After you bring news of the outcome with the boomers, Caesar moves to issue his next set of instructions to you and is suddenly cut off by a severe headache. If you have high enough medicine, you can recognise that the symptoms point to something serious, but Caesar forcibly shuts the line of questioning down and redirects the conversation back to strategy. He finishes his instructions quickly, makes it clear he does not wish to be examined, and retires. If pressed again immediately, he says he'll have you killed if you bother him again, attempt to push the issue a third time, and both he and the Legion turn hostile. So probably best to ignore that option, but of course the choice is yours. The order he gave you earlier concerns the White Glove Society, one of the 3 families that control the Strip and the proprietors of the Ultralux Casino. Caesar does not view them as cultural partners or political equals, rather he sees them as a resource to be coerced and exploited. His leverage is their suppressed history of cannibalism, a past they have worked obsessively to erase. The task is to exploit that secret and force their cooperation, either by dragging it back into the open or threatening to do so. Because we are going to cover this quest later in more detail, it has so many cool options and choices that I wanted to give it its own spotlight. We will assume that, at this stage, the player successfully coerces the White Glove Society into an alliance with the Legion. What's interesting is that this is a point of no return in the game. Reporting success has immediate and irreversible consequences. Don't Tread on the Bear fails on the spot, the NCR questline is permanently locked out, and NCR forces become hostile on sight. The game is explicit here. Aligning the Legion with the White Glove Society has severe consequences for you as a player, and makes you persona non grata in NCR territory. You'll need to wear a disguise to get around. Next up, Caesar wants the Brotherhood of Steel wiped out. Now, we've already covered that earlier on the NCR run, so we won't be going into it again in extreme detail, just an overview of the choice to be made in this case. What's interesting though is that while he is giving the order, Caesar again has a bout of illness, and again with the right level of medicine you can query it, but he just wants to press on with his orders. You don't get much of a choice here if you want to carry on with the Legion path. The Brotherhood must be destroyed. The choice lies in the manner of their destruction, which does affect the ending slides after the Battle of Hoover Dam. So you can either destroy the Brotherhood utterly by self-destructing their base, and any remaining Brotherhood of Steel forces on the surface will flee the Mojave to find new lives. However, if you decide to personally shoot them all to death and leave the base intact, some more of the Brotherhood seemingly survive. And there are different endgame consequences, specifically that the Legion pushed them out of Hidden Valley after the Battle of Hoover Dam. In fact, it goes a little further than that. The slide says the Brotherhood took Helios 1 during the Dam battle and inflicted damage on the NCR. But then the Legion overwhelmed the Brotherhood afterwards. So even within a Legion victory, depending on how you handled the Brotherhood, it results in a bloodier or more peaceful epilogue for them. Once again, we can see that the player's actions, even variations on what seems to be a quest that completely strips you of agency, shape the final state of the game. It's kind of a cloaked or hidden agency in this case. Maybe nested agency is a better term for it. Variations on a theme rather than totally different ones. I don't know if that makes sense. Anyway, after dealing with the Brotherhood, Caesar addresses the debilitating headaches he has been experiencing throughout the Legion questline. This initiates the quest Et Tumor Brute. Caesar summons the player back to the fort and asks to speak privately in his tent. Away from the rest of the Legion, he admits that his health is failing. The symptoms are serious and he wants an outsider's assessment. If you have high enough medicine or speech, you yourself can correctly diagnose a brain tumour. If the earlier diagnostic checks were passed, the player can choose to operate personally on Caesar. Failing all that, there is a darker option. If Arcade Gannon is present as an active companion, Caesar can be offered his services as a personal physician. The transaction is immediate, Arcade is enslaved, the quest ends at once, karma is lost, and Arcade is made unavailable as an active companion permanently. It's the most efficient solution, but is absolutely filled with consequence for your choice. Now, if you can't diagnose or operate yourself, and you don't have Arcade as a companion or don't want to sell him into slavery, you can ask about the auto-dock in the tent. Caesar explains that the machine is incomplete, its diagnostic scanning module is missing, rendering it incapable of performing any diagnosis or complex surgery. Retrieving the missing module involves travelling to Vault 34. The autodock is located in the clinic, reached by working your way through the flooded and irradiated interior, down through the cafeteria, into the corridors marked for medical services, and finally to the unit itself. Interacting with it allows the diagnostic module to be removed intact. Returning to the fort, things have gotten a lot worse. Lucius meets the player outside the tent and explains that Caesar has fallen into a coma. Time has run out. Only immediate surgery can save him. From here, the outcome depends entirely on the player's choices, because yes, no surprises, there are choices to be made, and a whole host of ways to carry them out too. The surgery can succeed through skill, chance, or machinery. A player with high enough medicine can operate manually, or you can try it anyway and he will die. A player with extreme luck can succeed regardless of training, or again, you can try it anyway and he will die. Installing the diagnostic module into the autodock enables a controlled procedure, but also introduces a deliberate choice. Heal Caesar, or switch the machine to autopsy mode and kill him instantly. If Caesar survives, he wakes, thanks the player for their loyalty, and immediately is on it with his next plans, which we'll get to shortly. If Caesar dies, things get real dangerous real fast. Lucius accuses the player of murdering the son of Mars. With decent enough Legion reputation or a successful speech or medicine check, the accusation can be nipped in the bud and the Legion path preserved. If you can't convince him, Lucius and the Praetorians turn hostile and the Legion ending is locked out permanently. The game is explicit about the cost of failure here. You are literally persona non grata with the Legion now, even if you had honestly tried to save Caesar. It's funny, you could purposefully murder Caesar and achieve a Legion ending, but fail on trying to save him and be hunted across the Mojave by your favourite pseudo-Roman cosplayers. The outcome of this one quest changes who rules the Legion in the ending. Cure the Tumor, and Caesar is the one who eventually occupies New Vegas and imposes his order. Let him die, and it's Lanius's harsher reign instead. It's a personal, almost humane choice in the middle of a very inhumane questline. Do you save the life of this tyrant? Practical players might do it because Caesar alive is somewhat less of a wild dog than Lanius. Even Mr. House, if you had ever spoken to him after killing Caesar, opines that Caesar's death would actually be a minimal setback to the Legion's war, implying Lanius would carry on the fight just as well, if not more viciously. So, in many ways, killing Caesar is a bit of a vanity trip, creating your own personal legend. Or a very costly mistake if you're dead set and hardline as a Legion fan. Whoever the current leader of the Legion is at this stage, you'll get the next quest, Arizona Killer, where you become the assassin targeting President Kimball. A complete 180 from the NCR run. Caesar, or Lucius if he's giving orders to you on behalf of Lanius, asks you to ensure Kimball is killed during his Hoover Dam visit. You have a range of methods: plant a bomb on his vertibird, or in the helmet of an NCR soldier who he's going to present with a medal. This is particularly sick, I love it. Shoot him with a sniper rifle from afar, pose as an engineer and rig the anti-aircraft gun to explode, or program it to shoot down the vertibird. or mess with the flight computer on the vertibird itself. It's entirely possible to botch this, the NCR tries to stop you, but assuming you succeed, the Legion gets a big boost. It demoralises the NCR troops. You can imagine how freeing this feels for a player. Many games wouldn't let you play for the de facto villains and assassinate the head of state of the good guys. Here, since New Vegas has allowed you to choose to be on the pure villain track, the game fully empowers you to carry it out. If you manage a clean kill and escape, you get to return to the Legion leadership with pride. If you fail and Kimball survives and flees, it'll anger the Legion, but the war isn't lost. Anyway, it is absolutely fantastic that you can play both the Protector or Assassin of the same character in different runs, depending on your choices. And we can flip that even more. You can let him die while working for the NCR, or sit and let him escape while working for the Legion. Your choices are your choices. It doesn't need to make sense. Your hands are untied to such a huge extent in this game. When you finally reach the Battle of Hoover Dam on the Legion side, the quest Veni Vidi Vici, your goal is to crush the NCR completely. The gameplay has you doing the inverse of the NCR's route. You fight through the dam, eventually reaching General Oliver. The journey itself can be impacted by player choices earlier on that we haven't mentioned yet. For instance, if you completed Arcade Gannon's companion quest and recruited the Enclave remnants, they will be there fighting on the side of the Legion. Also, if you repaired the Legion's howitzer at the fort, you'll see that taking aim at NCR sharpshooters. When you do finally reach General Oliver though, you have a few options at your disposal as to how things will play out. You can corner Oliver and let him get away via an escape hatch, which opens up some unique dialogue with Legate Lanius after the fact. But typically, a Legion ending sees Oliver killed, by your hand. Whatever the case, you'll return to Lanius and the victory will be celebrated. As you can see though, there are variations to how things might have played out depending on combinations of actions you might have taken throughout both the Legion questline itself, side quests, and decisions you can make during the final battle itself. Of course, the Legion's ending slides are brutal whatever you do. If Caesar lived thanks to you, Caesar enters the strip in triumph, enslaves much of the Mojave's population, and imposes his harsh order. Civilization, unforgiving as it was, finally came to the Mojave. If Caesar died and Lanius leads, the ending slide is even darker. Lanius destroys anyone who resisted, occupies everything brutally, and civilization, savage as it was, came to the Mojave. That slight wording change, unforgiving versus savage, is a nod to the difference in leadership. And as mentioned earlier, many faction-specific endings under the Legion are grim, but to different extents depending on whether Caesar lived or died, as well as a whole host of other possible decisions. Factions tied to the NCR or ideological opposition suffer the worst outcomes. The followers of the apocalypse are either expelled, if Caesar is alive, or exterminated if he died. The kings are wiped out after resisting or refusing assimilation, the fiends are exterminated for weakness and chem dependence, and the powder gangers who remain are crucified. The Brotherhood of Steel is destroyed outright, either buried beneath Hidden Valley or routed after a brief, futile stand. The Great Khans, if allied to Caesar, are forcibly absorbed, women sold, elders killed, tribal identity erased. If they broke with him, they are hunted down anyway. Some groups survive only by isolation or usefulness. The boomers are either enslaved and erased if left independent, or left alone if their bomber is demonstrated. Goodsprings is ignored but emptied by fear. Novak eventually falls, with survival depending on whether evacuation was possible. Individuals fare no better. Arcade Gannon, as we've seen, can be enslaved, crucified, imprisoned or killed depending on earlier choices. As a side note, I'm only mentioning him as we've covered some of his fates already, but I'll save the rest of the companions for later, as I said earlier. Back to general consequences, NCR Rangers die buying time for retreat or become political symbols of failure back west. Even allies are expendable. The Enclave remnants are spared or pursued depending on Caesar's survival, even if they help the Legion. Across all slides, the consistent consequence of a Legion ending is not stability in the civic sense, but enforced order through violence, cultural erasure, and punishment of memory itself. Commenting on siding with the Legion as a whole and wrapping it back into player agency, one might think playing the Legion locks you into the most evil outcomes. But within that, player agency still exists, both for good or bad outcomes. You can still make what would, on the face of it, seem to be morally good choices along the way, not for the Legion, but either while lying to them or completely unrelated to the main quest itself. And remember, you can be an absolute psycho in this game. You can kill anyone at any time, so you could just decide to go hell for leather and literally bathe yourself in blood a la Lanius. Or you could take the slightly more moderate route of Caesar himself. There is so much to do in this game that it's actually giving me a headache writing this, because I keep thinking of things and I wouldn't be able to cover them all anyway. As an aside, that's probably for the better. It means if you haven't played the game, not everything has been spoiled for you. Honestly, I still find out new things despite playing the game every single year, and I've been doing that since release. I guess the point I'm making with the Legion run, and I suppose a comment more widely on the game, is that even in being evil, you have control over how evil to be. I'm not really going to be touching on the DLCs too much in this video, but I wanted to here briefly. In Lonesome Road, you can launch a nuke at the NCR or Legion territory. If you were Legion aligned and hated the NCR, you might nuke the NCR's Long 15 outpost, instantly killing loads of NCR aligned civilians and military personnel. Conversely, you could nuke the Legion's Dry Wells camp if you secretly hated them, or nuke both for pure chaos. These choices then reflect back in the Mojave, travel to those areas after, and you see the devastation. While it's a choice from a DLC, it ties into the main world state because you're doing it before the final battle, materially weakening one side or both. It's another layer of you can do insane, irreversible things. I remember when I first played Lonesome Road, I couldn't believe the game was putting literal nuclear Armageddon into my hands. Another thing worth noting is how functional the Legion path is, considering that many players never take it, and that it was severely cut back due to time constraints during development. Of course, for what remained, it has to be recognised that Obsidian still wrote all that content, dialogue, and endings on the chance that a player might choose to side with evil. They didn't shy away from giving the player full agency to become a conqueror. If anything, the Legion path can feel like hard mode, fewer friends, more moral depravity. But it is your story to tell, and the devs gave the freedom to tell it. So we've made it to a pretty critical juncture in the video. We've covered the two major extremes, the NCR and the Legion. That leaves the more idiosyncratic paths, Mr. House and Yes Man. These are about individual control of New Vegas, either by a visionary autocrat or by the courier themselves. They offer another flavour of freedom, carving your own empire either at House's side or in his stead. Choosing to side with Mr. Robert House is a path that appeals to those who like the idea of a high-tech, independent New Vegas run efficiently by a single leader. Mr. House is the enigmatic, centuries-old businessman keeping New Vegas alive from his tower. Ally with him and you're pursuing a vision of the future that's neither democratic nor barbaric, but is rather authoritarian and progress-focused. The House path is interesting because House is extremely competent and will guide you firmly, yet even within his quests, you have options to deviate or negotiate. That being said, the path is also interesting because it arguably offers the least player agency, This is House's world, and you're just living in it. Or to put it another way, he's the mastermind, you're just the executor. Still, you can get away with a few bits of your own thinking in a House run, just less maybe than in the other routes. And completely tonally juxtaposed to an independent run, which we'll be looking at right after this. When you first meet Mr. House, either before or after confronting Benny and acquiring the Platinum chip, he immediately gives you a quest series named The House Always Wins 1, 2, 3, etc. House's goals overlap somewhat with the NCR's initially. He wants the Legion stopped. But crucially, he wants both the NCR and Legion out of New Vegas so he can run an independent city-state. He is essentially hiring you as his agent to secure this outcome. First off, House wants you to use the Platinum chip at the bunker under the Legion's fort to upgrade his Securitron army. This is the mirror of Caesar's quest to destroy the bunker. House explicitly instructs you to go to Fortification Hill and install the upgrade software. As you will have been given an invite to meet Caesar anyway, and he will ask you to destroy the bunker, you can head down there and do so without any problems. And once the Securitrons are upgraded, Caesar will assume it's been destroyed anyway, so you can get back and report your success to a pleased Mr. House. Next, similarly to the NCR and Legion, House wants you to deal with the Boomers. He astutely realises they can provide valuable firepower, so he asks you to secure their allegiance. You have some leeway. You can either ally them to House, basically complete Volair normally, then tell Pearl that House wants their help, which she agrees to if they like you, or if you find the Boomers too troublesome, House even allows you to eliminate them as long as they won't be a factor. So this plays out either way, similarly to what we saw with the Legion and NCR. We see the Omertas again with House's next target. He doesn't ask for a show of force though. He asks you to walk in, speak to the receptionist, and find out what the Omertas are really planning. We already know how this plays out from the NCR run, but in this case we want to see how House reacts to your decisions. You can complete the quest a la the NCR run, and House is happy if you made the same choices. If you've already completed the investigation before he even asks, he waves it through and pays you anyway. You've done the job. If you deliberately botch the situation by antagonizing the Omertas and leaving, the quest fails. But House still advances his plan and triggers the House Always Wins Part 5, seemingly accepting that Gamora is no longer a controllable variable. The sharpest reaction from House comes if you side with Nero and Big Sal and preserve the Omerta's coup. House correctly identifies this as a disaster and will turn hostile unless you can talk your way out of it with a high speech check, reframing your betrayal as deep cover infiltration. It's a cool moment. The game allows you to undermine House's vision entirely, then lets you prove you're clever enough to convince him it was all part of the plan. For the next quest, here's a big one we've seen before that will sound familiar. House orders you to destroy the Brotherhood of Steel. Mr. House hates the Brotherhood. He calls them a coterie of bulging-eyed fanatics who think all pre-war technology belongs to them, and says they're ridiculous, emotionally unstable techno-fetishists who have no place in his new world. Essentially, they will never accept House's rule, since House relies on tech they covet, so House wants them wiped out preemptively. At this point, you have a decision: follow House's orders and destroy Hidden Valley Bunker, or deviate. Interestingly, there was a cut content possibility to convince House to spare the Brotherhood, but in the final game, House will not be convinced. He demands their destruction. So siding with House unfortunately forces a confrontation with the Brotherhood, unless you've already killed or disbanded them earlier. You might have befriended them via Still in the Dark, which makes this painful. But similarly to the Legion route, the game doesn't allow a truce here like the NCR path did. So your only choice is how to destroy them. That's your agency. We covered these methods before, so we won't rehash them. Next, House orders you to protect President Kimball just as the NCR did in their run. Interestingly, Mr. House, despite not being the NCR's friend, doesn't want chaos at this moment. A successful assassination could make the battle unpredictable as well as put a spanner in the works of House's plans for future negotiations or relations with the NCR. So, House instructs you to ensure Kimball leaves Hoover Dam alive. This aligns by coincidence with the NCR's interest, but for House it's about stability. He wants both sides to show up at the dam fight as expected, no wild cards, so his victory is clean. So you get essentially the same quest as the NCR's you'll know when it happens, just given by House instead of Moore. This is a cool scenario. You might be somewhat anti-NCR like House, but you have to save their president for your boss's plan. Alternatively, you can allow Kimball to be killed or actually kill him yourself, both of which will confuse and enrage a stupefied House. He will say he's now forced to gamble on the outcome of the Battle of Hoover Dam, but will allow the main quest to continue and you to be a part of it, despite the fact he clearly thinks you've gone a bit mental. With all other preparations out of the way, House requires you to make your way to the El Dorado substation, an apparently immensely strategic location for a very specific reason. It's linked up to the regional power grid. Why is that important? Well, House wants you to install an override chip that will let him take advantage of that power grid and make it possible to jumpstart the Lucky 38's independent power system. This will mean that all power generated by Hoover Dam will be under House's control. You will, however, unless you're super stealthy, have to slaughter a bunch of NCR troopers. After these, the final mission for House is all or nothing. This is the Battle of Hoover Dam from House's side. Because you upgraded the Securitrons, House's forces are extremely strong. As the courier, you fight through alongside the Securitrons against the Legion. In the end, you confront Legate Lanius similarly to the NCR run. And also, similarly to the NCR ending, you can opt to try a speech check to convince Lanius to retreat. If you pass that, Lanius stands down, literally fleeing into his tent. Or alternatively, you can just kill Lanius and his forces. Then, General Oliver of the NCR shows up. Oliver is shocked to see House's Securitrons and you in control. At this point, you have to give Oliver an order to retreat provided to you by House. This enrages the man. You have a choice. You can either speech check Oliver into peacefully backing down, or simply eliminate him and his guards. If you convince Oliver, he leaves in a pretty bad mood, and the NCR concedes the dam and Vegas to House. If you kill Oliver, well, he's dead, isn't he? Either way, House's victory is assured. Once all that is done, you get to see how things play out in a House ending. In this scenario, the Mojave doesn't become free so much as it becomes administered. House's upgraded Securitron army takes Hoover Dam in the Strip, forces both Caesar's Legion and an already exhausted NCR out of New Vegas, and then locks the region into his pre-war vision. Orderly, efficient, and cold, with Vegas preserved as the one place in the wasteland where fortunes still change hands in an instant. For the courier, the game then colours your role by karma rather than rewriting the outcome, with good karma framing you as House's chosen lieutenant who's rewarded with luxury in the Lucky 38 out of gratitude and pride. Neutral karma treating you as a capable enforcer of the status quo who still gets every comfort, and bad karma turning the arrangement into something more transactional, where House's generosity comes across partly like fear. Outside the Strip, the endings show how House's control expresses itself as selective pressure rather than blanket governance. Goodsprings is thanked with a Securitron, Victor, that doubles as permanent surveillance. The boomers are mostly ignored and either stay fortified if you never brought them into the wider world, or begin edging out of Nellis if you did. And Outer Vegas becomes a test of whether you cleaned up the worst actors before handing House the keys. If Motor Runner survives, the Fiends still hit McCarran during the battle, and House's Securitrons have to deal with the fallout during the NCR retreat. If you took their leadership out, House's machines eradicate what's left and the problem ends. Even groups that can't be managed get pushed off the board rather than integrated. Despite not being a part of House's main quest line, the Kings face different fates depending on your other side activities during the House run. They can end up destroyed to the last man if you steered them into a truce with the NCR, making them look like a political liability once House asserts control. Yet they can also be left alone if their story ends with them attacking NCR citizens during the dam fight, and House reads that violence as loyalty to New Vegas. The consistent shape of the House ending as your own choices ripple through the slides is that you're not choosing a new society so much as choosing a ruler, and then deciding, piece by piece, what kind of wasteland you're handing to his machines. A Mojave that can be cleaned up and quietened down through ruthless preemptive work, or left messy enough that House's order arrives as repression and cleanup crews after the fact. So, what is the House ending all about then? What's the broad strokes meaning or consequences of your choices here? Well, the House path is about enabling one man's utopia. You, as the player, become an enforcer of his enlightened dictatorship. Yet within it, you still had some significant agency. Outside of specific circumstances, you decided who to recruit and who to eliminate, for reasons known only to you. You chose how to handle the President situation and the final confrontations at the dam, again, whether those decisions made any rational sense. You could even, if you wanted at the very last minute, betray House. A crazy option is to side with Yes Man even after doing all House quests. How? Well, there's a method whereby you can enter the Lucky 38 and replace House with Yes Man, the change in management quest. This essentially aborts House's ending and flips you to the independent one. It's possible to do this very late. If you do, House's carefully laid plans become yours. That's yet another demonstration of player agency. Up until you trigger the final sequence, you can decide to flip the table completely. Yes Man then takes over. This sets you onto the independent path from then on. So let's talk about that independent Yes Man path from a far earlier stage. Considered by some fans to be the best ending for players who want maximum freedom. This is where you effectively take over New Vegas with Yes Man as your assistant, or, well, it seems that way anyway. The Yes Man path, also called the Independent or Wildcard path, is all about you, the courier, carving out a destiny free of both the NCR's bureaucracy and Legion's tyranny, and not under Mr. House's control either. It's the anarchic route. New Vegas will be independent, run by a benevolent dictator of sorts, the courier in theory, though in practice, the courier hands a lot of power to Yes Man, and this is also predicated on the idea that you're not a murdering evil madman throughout your playthrough. This path offers possibly the most player agency moment to moment because you are literally deciding the fate of every faction on your own terms. You have Yes Man, a reprogrammed Securitron with an invariably cheerful personality who is programmed to obey you. As he famously says when you first recruit him, this is going to be great, I'm going to help you accomplish so much, whether I want to or not. Yes Man is essentially your tool to seize power, what Benny wanted, now in your hands. The independent route typically kicks in if you talk to Yes Man about taking over New Vegas, then if you kill or disable Mr. House at any point, and if you refuse to side with the NCR and Legion, and instead keep working with Yes Man after dealing with Benny, it really gets going. There are a lot of familiar steps. For instance, the wildcard You and Whose Army quest has you go along and upgrade the Securitron army if you so choose. Yes Man will be a bit grumpy if you decide not to upgrade them, and of course, there will be consequences down the line. Then you have wildcard side bets, which really epitomizes the independent route. You must decide what to do with all the factions in the Mojave that could affect your rule. Yes Man asks you to check on all of them, the Strip families and all the other factions House, the Legion and NCR had you deal with to suit their agendas. In this case, you're looking to swing them to your side and basically support you in taking over New Vegas and the Mojave, via routing the NCR and Legion at the dam. Some of them you won't be able to gain help from, others you'll simply deal with and neutralise in ways that don't offer material help in the final showdown, but aren't intrinsically violent to the faction in question, the White Glove Society for instance. But they'd still be classed as an ally in the positive sense because, strictly speaking, for each faction you can choose to ignore, ally or destroy them, and in some cases impose conditions. As a reminder of the other factions, we have the Boomers at Nellis Air Force Base, the Brotherhood of Steel at Hidden Valley, the Great Khans at Red Rock Canyon, the Omertas at Gomorrah, and the already mentioned White Glove Society. Likely you'll ally with the Boomers by doing Volair, and they promise to help you in the final battle. If you don't want their help or you hate them for some reason or just for fun, you could kill them. With the Great Khans, you can play things out the way you did in any of the other faction routes. We will look at how this affects them shortly in an independent New Vegas. The Omertas, as we already know, secretly have a plot to seize power in Vegas by aligning with the Legion. If you go independent and leave them be, that could prove troublesome to your reign. You have the same choices. You can either expose and stop their plan, killing or blackmailing their leaders, or you can join their plan to weaken the Strip, though that's if you're doing a weird playthrough. With the White Glove Society, they have the Beyond the Beef quest, whether they revert to cannibalism under Mortimer or stay reformed under Marjorie. This doesn't affect the final battle, but it affects the Strip's culture. If you let them resume secretly eating people by siding with Mortimer or failing to expose him, it's a dark undercurrent in your New Vegas. If you stop that and maybe even got them a legit food supplier, the Crimson Caravan deal, then they remain respectable if creepy elites. So this is more of a roleplay outcome depending on how deranged your courier is. Next we have the Brotherhood of Steel. Unlike House, Yes Man does not demand their destruction, but you can ally with them. The closest you can get to that is signing the truce between them and the NCR, which has a bearing later in the ending. This is one area where you do get a bit more freedom to decide this aspect of the Mojave's future though. Will the Brotherhood continue existing? The game leaves it up to you. What will the consequences be? Well, we'll soon find out. Essentially, Wildcard Side Bets is about you playing Kingmaker, picking which factions get to stay in your personal vision of New Vegas and which are too dangerous. And beyond that, in some cases, if they do get to stay, what form they'll take, or what fate they will face. This extends of course to towns, settlements, individuals across the Mojave. As we'll see shortly, taking the independent route has wider ramifications for them too, depending on how good or bad your karma is for instance, or what specific decisions you made along the way. Once you've dealt with the factions how you want, you can ask Yes Man about final preparations and he'll ask you to install the override chip at the El Dorado substation, just as House did. He will also ask you if you want to protect President Kimball from assassination, which you can ignore if you want to. Finally, No Gods, No Masters is where you get to take Hoover Dam for yourself. The battle plays out quite like the House variation, obviously depending on what you did with the various factions. An interesting change though is that you can either reroute the dam's power to activate the Securitron army under Fortification Hill as you did with House, or you can destroy the dam's power output, which makes the NCR a heck of a lot less interested in it as a strategic asset. If you do this though, obviously you won't have the overwhelming force of the upgraded Securitron army at your disposal. Anyway, with all that done, you continue on to the Legate's camp. You can fight him or speech check him, similarly to the NCR path. Then General Oliver arrives expecting to take possession of the dam for the NCR, and finds you and an army of Securitrons instead. This is an epic confrontation because Oliver doesn't even know what to make of the situation. He is completely stunned. He never anticipated the courier would claim power. And again, you have a choice. Talk Oliver into retreating. This is an independent Vegas now, run along, or kill him if he refuses. A high speech or a reputation as a hero to the NCR, you might have been liked by them up until betraying them, can convince him to avoid a massacre. Otherwise, you show force and eliminate the NCR's leadership there by literally tossing General Oliver off the side of the dam. Right at the end, Yes Man tells you he's going to upgrade himself to be more assertive. He goes offline for a bit, saying he'll boot back up with a bit more autonomy. This is slightly ominous, implying that the AI might not always be a spineless yes man, but presumably he still obeys you, just maybe with some extra personality. That is of course the positive spin on it, not assuming that they go sentient and rogue and oust the courier completely. The game leaves that hanging deliberately. With the independent ending, we're going to take the opportunity to look at some, not all though, there are too many, of the other possibilities for unrelated final outcomes depending on karma and side quest choices, for instance. But I want you to take careful notice of the fact that an independent ending is not in and of itself sunshine and rainbows. It's a little more complicated than that. Starting with the final battle, the core outcome at Hoover Dam has two distinct variants. If you didn't activate the Fortification Hill Securitron army, the strip's remaining Securitrons are hard-pressed to keep order, anarchy takes over, and New Vegas only settles into independence after the fires burn out. If you did activate the army, part of it is diverted to the strip, street chaos is ended quickly, and chaos became uncertainty, then acceptance with minimal loss of life. From there, the independent ending splinters into every other slide condition you've set up across the game. The courier's own framing shifts by karma. Good is recognised for a truly free New Vegas and breaking House, Legion and the NCR's control. Neutral is a bit more muted, but you still get credit for removing the faction's influence. Whereas bad karma, the courier gets credited with all the chaos that comes with independence while still toppling House and ending the faction influence over the region. Freeside and the followers always get the same broad independent consequence. Independent New Vegas is more unstable and violent, and the old Mormon fort becomes excessively burdened and struggles to provide basic care, or collapses entirely into a junkie den if Julie Farkas is dead, though that's not unique to an independent ending. The Kings in Freeside then have 3 independent outcomes depending on your quest resolutions. If the king is dead, the kings vanish. If you completed King's Gambit with the king agreeing to stop violence, Freeside becomes one of the more stable areas. And NCR refugees find it safer than much of New Vegas despite lingering resentment. If instead the kings were left hostile, GI Blues completed violently and King's Gambit not resolved peacefully, i.e. Pacer dealt with, the kings force NCR citizens out and the Republic learns to avoid Freeside. If you never properly resolve the conflict and the kings remain in nominal control, they tolerate defeated NCR citizens while favouring locals. Around Outer Vegas, the independent ending can be made dramatically safer or worse. The Fiends either scatter and become easy prey if you killed all 4 leaders, or if Motor Runner lives, they overrun Camp McCarran and then either assert dominance over Outer Vegas in the anarchic months after an independent victory, or remain a persistent nuisance that never fully controls the area if you killed Motor Runner but left the wider problem standing. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood of Steel can, of course, have been obliterated outright, or under the independent ending without activating the Securitron army, they can exploit the power vacuum and begin monitoring trade on I-15 and 95, seizing tech. And if you signed the NCR truce earlier, an independent ending can still leave the Brotherhood patrolling and harassing travellers for technology, while allowing the NCR withdrawal without incident. The boomers either dissolve entirely if you killed Peril and Loyal, otherwise they either stay isolated and defensive or become a trading and roaming power depending on Volaire and your actions. If Volaire is unfinished, they keep defending Nellis against scavengers, but if Volaire is done, their display of power dissuades fortune seekers even as the wider Mojave turns anarchic. Goodsprings thrives and grows prosperous from increased traffic if you protected it in Ghost Town gunfight, or becomes a tourist graveyard stop if you wiped it out and or sided with the powder gangers there. Prim under Independent either returns to being independent again, full of ups and downs if you installed NCR protection, they abandon the town, or takes on the character of whichever sheriff you installed. Myers is frontier justice with occasional unexplained deaths, Prim Slim's competent but slow lawkeeping with crooks sometimes escaping, so long as the town itself wasn't murdered entirely by you, which crazily enough has its very own ending slide. The Great Cans can be wiped, relocated, assimilated, scattered after a final stand, driven north by NCR reprisal, or if you push the Own Legacy path, evacuate and build a new empire in Wyoming with follower knowledge. That empire outcome explicitly overrides and is compatible with any endgame, including Independent. Novak can be abandoned if you slaughter it or if you sabotage Repcon and fuel contaminates the area, overrun by ghouls if you never resolved Repcon, fall under Legion pressure in certain paths, or remain independent with bright followers returning to help if you completed Come Fly With Me and the Mojave isn't under Legion victory. Taken as a whole, the independent ending is never a single state of the Mojave. It's the Hoover Dam result, upgraded Securitrons or street anarchy, multiplied by the stability or collapse you engineered across Freeside, Outer Vegas, the major roads, and every settlement and companion slide that can either cushion the vacuum you create or let it swallow the Mojave in chaos. In any case, the independent path is considered by many the golden ending because it puts the power in the courier's hands and frees the Mojave from outside influence. But it's not depicted as a utopia. It's as good or as bad as you, the leader, set things up. And of course the moral decisions you made throughout your playthrough. The game doesn't fully paint you as a wonderful ruler. It simply states Vegas is independent and things eventually become orderly if you had the means. Nothing is perfect, as it were. Now that we've looked at such a huge variety of the ending possibilities here, it's interesting to dig into the idea of endings a bit more. An incredible statistic I came across, which you should take with a grain of salt, but that I felt would be really interesting to mention here. Combining all these choices, which faction wins, plus what happens to every minor faction, companion, town, etc., leads to a claimed quadrillion plus possible ending permutations. Over a quadrillion variations. Now that's if you count every slide's slight variant multiplication, which practically is huge overkill, but it shows how modular the ending narration is. The figure is probably wrong somehow, but it makes you think, and it makes you really realise just how flexible the game is with giving you multiple options. Each piece of the world you influenced gets its mention. Your actions, big and small, all add up to a unique mix in that final slideshow. It's one of the reasons I adore New Vegas. I've always felt like every single one of my playthrough outcomes is truly my own. Now, whether that's true or not, it sure feels that way anyway. To quickly contrast, Fallout 3 essentially had 3 or 6 endings depending on how you interpret the ending slides. Good or bad with a few sub-variations, but essentially boils down to a karma judgment for your character. And Fallout 4 had 4 endings with some variations depending on what you did, but didn't reach anywhere near this level of complexity for minor decisions. New Vegas stands apart in how it tries to acknowledge everything from who became Sheriff of Prim to whether you helped a misfit NCR squad become competent, or if you fixed the power in Helios 1 to benefit a community, alongside so many other examples. At this stage, it's important to underline this because it can't be overstated. The degree of reactivity in New Vegas is basically unparalleled in mainstream role-playing games. The game's ending is practically a personalised, granular report card on your entire journey through the game, and you'll rarely see the same exact version twice. Now, if main quests weren't complex enough for you, we're going to take a look at some of the most notable side quests that have a bearing on the world, or are examples of player agency or out-of-sequence decision-making, and offer you many choices as to what to do to decide what kind of courier you are. Obviously, I can't cover absolutely every single side quest in the game, but these will give you a flavour of what's out there. Illustrative of player agency, of course. The Abba Dabba Honeymoon quest is a great demonstration of separating action from context. Parts of the quest can be carried out without the player even knowing the quest exists, and the game only later asks whether the player's actions meant anything, and what outcome will happen. The story of the quest is basically that the player assists the Great Khan's chem operation by tracking down a missing runner and facilitating chem deliveries to both NCR-linked merchants and the Fiends. The quest giver is Diane, a Great Khan dealer found at Red Rock. The thing is, you don't need to even meet her to engage with parts of the quest itself. It could start with the Great Khan Anders, for instance. The player can encounter him crucified near Cottonwood Cove entirely by accident. Long before ever hearing the name Anders, long before discovering the Red Rock Lab, and long before the quest exists in the Pip-Boy. He is not flagged as a quest object in advance, he is simply there, a man on a cross, and the game allows interaction without explanation. You can cut him down without any immediate feedback beyond his survival. At that moment, the game does not reward you, acknowledge you, or even confirm that what you did was relevant. Only later, if you speak to Diane at Red Rock and the quest becomes active, does the game retroactively recognise that earlier action. The flag has already been set. Anders is already alive. The system quietly accepts that you solved a problem before you were told it existed. That is a rare design choice. Most RPGs either gate such interactions behind quest activation or invalidate them if done too early. New Vegas does neither. The same logic applies in reverse. You can kill Anders without knowing who he is, and the game does not stop you or warn you. When the quest eventually activates, Diane reacts accordingly. There is no rewind, no soft correction. The system does not care why you did it, only that you did it at all. Knowledge is not required, consequence is. This philosophy extends throughout the rest of the quest. The Crimson Caravan delivery can be skipped entirely, yet the quest continues as if it were completed once Vault 3 is resolved. The player can reach Motor Runner before ever speaking to Diane, and although this risks breaking the cleanest path through the quest, the game still provides recovery routes. Even if Motor Runner's initial dialogue has already been consumed, the quest logic allows hostile re-engagement, repositioning, and re-triggering under the right conditions. It's messy, but it is permissive. What matters is that Abba Dabba Honeymoon does not assume a linear order of discovery. It assumes the player will wander, interfere, and act prematurely. Actions are logged first, explanations come later, if at all. The quest can fail outright if key NPCs are killed, but even then, the larger faction arc remains intact. You are not punished with a dead end, you are simply locked out of that specific thread. In design terms, this quest exemplifies one of New Vegas' core strengths. It treats the world as primary and the quest log as secondary. The player is allowed to free a man without knowing there are any actual consequences to it other than the obvious. Sabotage a supply chain without understanding its importance, or invalidate a quest before it even formally exists. The game does not break when this happens, it adapts, records, and moves on. For our next quest, we've mentioned this one before, but now we're going to look at it in detail. Beyond the Beef is one of the clearest examples in New Vegas of the game handing the player a situation and then stepping back to see what story they decide to make true. On the surface, it's a missing person quest centred on the Ultralux's White Glove Society. In practice, it's a branching web of possibilities for you as a player. The setup is as follows. Brahmin Baron Heck Gunderson is distraught because his son Ted Gunderson has gone missing while staying at the hotel. Heck is in the middle of negotiating a major meat supply deal with the White Glove Society, and Ted's disappearance threatens to derail that agreement. He asks the player to find out what happened. As you start asking questions inside the Ultralux, staff are evasive. A private investigator has already turned up dead. Rumours surface that the White Gloves were once cannibals before being forced to abandon the practice under House's rule. Eventually this leads you to Mortimer, the Society's maitre d', who reveals the real situation. Ted has been kidnapped so he can be served as the centrepiece at a private banquet meant to return the White Glove Society to cannibalism by tricking them into eating actual human meat again. From that point on, the quest stops being about finding Ted and becomes about deciding what to do with the knowledge that he is alive, imprisoned beneath the casino and intended as food. Every major choice that follows, whether Ted lives, whether the banquet happens, whether the truth comes out, and who pays the price, grows from there. You can agree with Mortimer outright, either by admitting to cannibalism, lying about it, or simply presenting yourself as useful. Once you do, Ted stops being the victim and becomes the problem. You are then free to decide how that problem is handled. You can kill Ted and make him the meal. You can save Ted and quietly replace him with someone else. You can talk another man into his own capture, seduce him, knock him unconscious, or drag his body where it needs to be. In the most extreme case, you can hand over one of your own companions and permanently erase them from the game. You can even frame Heck Gunderson for the murder of his own son. The quest does not hesitate, it simply accepts that choice and moves forward. Alternatively, you can play both sides. You can pretend to help Mortimer while secretly planning to undermine him. You can fake the banquet dish so that no one actually eats human flesh, forcing Mortimer to expose himself. You can drug the wine so the entire society collapses unconscious, allowing you to move freely through the aftermath. In these routes, success hinges less on combat and more on timing, disguise, and speech checks. Even when Ted survives, the truth is still negotiable. You can tell him who is responsible or lie to keep the peace. When you reunite him with his father, you can reveal everything, say nothing, or carefully curate the story so trade continues uninterrupted. The game doesn't later correct your version of events. If you convinced everyone, that is what happened. Next, we're going to take a look at Birds of a Feather and Heartache by the Number, a confluence of Cass's companion quest and the Van Graff's questline. This is one of the sneakiest but most consequential traps New Vegas lays for the player because it hides a crucially strategic decision inside what looks on the surface like a simple moralistic companion loyalty story. The Van Graffs, the energy weapons cartel operating out of the Silver Russian Freeside, you may remember them from King's Gambit in the NCR run, are expanding their business. Gloria Van Graff offers you work. It starts small, guard duty, deliveries, basic enforcement. The job escalates gradually, and at no point does the game frame it as morally urgent or politically significant. It is presented as commerce, just business. At the same time, Cass exists in the world as a stranded caravan owner at the Mojave outpost. If you engage with her, she becomes a companion, and her personal quest, Heartache by the Number, frames her as a victim of corporate sabotage. Her caravan was destroyed, her livelihood erased. She wants justice, or at least closure. What the game never tells you at the outset is that these two threads are mutually hostile. It's only later that you realise that the Van Graffs want to kill Cass. Therefore, you have to make a choice to either save her or sacrifice her. But what's even more interesting, and is another thing the game never tells you, is that saving Cass is, actually, bad for the NCR's war against the Legion. How's that then? How do the NCR factor into any of this? Well, if you continue working for the Van Graffs in Birds of a Feather, you are eventually asked to bring Cass to them. Jean-Baptiste Cutting explains the truth to her directly. The Van Graffs and Crimson Caravan worked together to eliminate her business. This is the point of no return for either Cass or your relationship with the Van Graffs. From here, you can either let Cass die or you intervene and turn the Van Graffs hostile. If you let her die, you can complete the Van Graff arc. You participate in a staged weapons deal where the NCR and Van Graffs jointly massacre a Legion detachment. You are rewarded with NCR fame. The NCR's supply chain remains intact. Their enemies are double-crossed exactly as planned. If you don't let her die, if you side with Cass, help her turn evidence over to the NCR and complete Heartache by the number peacefully, the Van Graffs are exposed and permanently hostile. Their operation collapses, the weapons deal never happens. The NCR loses a covert but effective supplier and collaborator. The game never spells this out as a choice between Cass and NCR interests. There is no warning prompt, no reputation tooltip saying this companion's survival undermines a faction you support. Cass herself does not frame it that way. She's not anti-NCR, she's anti-exploitation. The result of all of this is that the player acting compassionately, loyally, even heroically, saving a companion, helping her expose corruption, can unintentionally militarily weaken the faction they otherwise might support by scuppering a sting operation to land a blow on the Legion. What makes this remarkable is that the game doesn't treat this as an on-the-nose moral puzzle to be worked out. It doesn't even make it obvious any of this is a consequence. It treats it simply as an outcome to be lived with, whether you knew about it or not. There's no retrospective correction or complete ignorance of your choice to let you carry out every single available story option, as in Starfield. This is the only time I'll be mentioning Starfield in this entire video, but suffice it to say, Starfield is the antithesis of New Vegas. Anyway, the world of New Vegas simply moves forward with fewer options for you to play out because you chose to save the life of your companion. Cass's survival is not dangled in front of you as a melodramatic sacrifice the NCR must accept. It is simply a personal, moral decision that just so happens to have a wider knock-on effect. You are simply allowed to discover, much later in another playthrough, through a video like this, through reading about it on forums or not at all, that you missed out on something and it was because you made what is, on the face of it, the only good choice. Next, we're going to take a look at a quest we've mentioned earlier on in the video, Come Fly With Me, which is where what sounds like a routine clear out the monsters job is actually a story about belief. Or delusion, exploitation, or is it kindness? And how easily this game can thrust you as a player into situations where you decide the fate of multiple communities. You pick up this quest either by hearing rumours around Novak or from Manny Vargas himself. Novak is nervous about ghouls occupying the Repcon test site west of town, and Manny Vargas uses that fear as leverage. If you want the information he's got about Benny during They Went That-A-Way, he tells you to go deal with the ghoul infestation first. Even before it begins, you have multiple ways to even pick up the quest. It's a situation you can stumble into from multiple angles. A sign of things to come, perhaps. Because when you hear ghoul infestation, you picture yourself clearing out a bunch of ferals, but it's not as simple as that. Because when you arrive at Repcon, the building is full of ferals, sure, but someone on one of the building intercoms starts speaking to you. and the people behind the intercom seem organised. You're routed upstairs to Chris Haversam, who it turns out was the voice speaking to you over the intercom, and is also, weirdly, a human who believes he's a ghoul, refusing to believe you if you tell him otherwise. And then to Jason Bright, a glowing one leading the Bright Brotherhood, a ghoul religious order of sorts. The courier arrives expecting to evict pests and instead finds a religious project underway. Jason wants to take his followers on the Great Journey by launching them on Repcon's rockets. The quest basically goes from the standard clear out a location to complete cookiness at 100 miles an hour. From there, your freedom comes from how many layers of the problem can be handled out of order, ignored, solved violently, or solved conversationally, and how the game continues to function regardless. Jason needs access to the basement of the building to reach the rockets, but unfortunately the place is infested with nightkin. Jason describes the basement nightkin as demons and asks you to get rid of them. Again, the obvious route is combat, and it's funny because it's almost like Jason has played relay race with Manny Vargas's original clear out the location request, bouncing it over to the nightkin now, and it seems harder to avoid this time. The basement is indeed crawling with hostile nightkin, who will attack you on sight, unlike the Bright Brotherhood members who were willing to open a dialogue with you. But there's another approach. Davison, the leader of the nightkin, can be spoken to if you reach him undetected, and he explains to you that he's there for a specific reason: to get a hold of stealth boys, which the nightkin covet. So once again, you can treat the nightkin as enemies to be cleared out, or treat them as a faction with a legitimate need. Davison's stealth boys are apparently in a room that the nightkin can't enter, as it's being guarded by a sharpshooting ghoul named Harland. He's barricaded himself in there, and again you're asked to clear an obstacle for someone. You need access to that room to get a hold of the stealth boys for Davison. There are a few options here. You can help Harland. He asks you to find or let him know what happened to his missing friend, which, if you do it, gets him to leave peacefully. Or you can kill Harland. Or you can work around him to get what you need anyway. This is very difficult, if not nigh on impossible, to do without combat, but I'm mentioning it for completeness' sake anyway. The quest doesn't insist you resolve Harland's personal request, even though it's the most morally correct choice. It lets you decide whether you're going to go on an impromptu rescue mission or simply treat Harland as an obstacle to be obliterated. If you do take the compassionate route, you return and let Harland know that his friend unfortunately has died. With that, Harland leaves, and while the area becomes available to explore without him firing at you, the environment remains dangerous with various traps he's left behind, meaning that even the peaceful solution is not strictly a safe one. Upon examining the room, you find that the stealth boys aren't there. A terminal has information that the expected delivery was rerouted somewhere else. Reporting this back to Davison, you can convince him to clear out with the nightkin and they leave, continuing their hunt for stealth boys elsewhere. Once the nightkin are gone and the ghouls are able to make their way into the basement and thus to the rockets, the quest moves to its next stage, helping the ghouls find the parts they need to enable the launch of the rockets. That's where Chris Haversam becomes the moral hinge of the story, and how you deal with this aspect also affects the outcome of the quest. The ghouls intend to abandon him because he can't survive the radiation on the rockets, and the player can choose whether Chris learns this fact early. If you push the truth through via skill checks or perks, you can open a bit of a Pandora's box unless you have the right skills to claw things back, if you want to. You can convince him he's human and that the ghouls are going to abandon him, which enrages him and causes him to want to get revenge. You can then support his revenge, which involves using sugar bombs to sabotage the rocket's engines, which will result in the death of all of the ghouls. Or you can convince him to let it go, which changes his post-quest outcome. He relocates peacefully to Novak and lives out his life there. This is way more than a binary good versus evil prompt. You are being given yet another opportunity to decide how things play out, whether this story ends with forgiveness or murder by proxy. Anyway, if you manage to calm Chris down, he sends you to get the components the ghouls need to repair the rockets. There are some options here too, no surprise there. The thrust controllers can be bought from Gibson's scrapyard, bargained down via speech or barter, given for free with Ladykiller, or taken from their locked container inside the garage if you pilfer the key to get in there. The atomic fuel can be acquired from multiple locations, including alternatives involving Cliff's souvenir rockets, with science, barter, theft, and karma consequences all explicitly tied to how you do it. Or you can find it on a body near Clark Field. And at the end of all that, the rockets are ready to go and it's your hand on the button. That matters even more because the quest, beyond giving you the cool opportunity to press the big red button, is letting you decide exactly what happens next. You can launch normally, or you can use Science 55 to improve their odds of a successful flight by altering navigation. You can intentionally break the console by button mashing with low intelligence, taking a karma hit for incompetence that still has pretty awful results. Or you can deliberately sabotage the navigation so the rockets collide on launch, explicitly costing karma while increasing Novak fame because the town's practical demand, the ghouls are gone, was still met. They just got gone via a slightly more spectacular route. And all of that, the whole thing, is why I chose this quest as an example for our discussion around player agency. The quest's success is not one thing, and even within that, not one thing done one way either. Novak wants safety, Jason wants transcendence, Chris wants belonging, Davison wants stealth boys, Harland wants closure. You can satisfy one, betray another, or thread a compromise through them, and the game doesn't step in to declare which interpretation is correct. It logs the result and moves on, letting you deal with the consequences. If we rewind a bit in the quest, we find some of the most brutal expressions of that freedom. Once you've told Jason the demons are dealt with, for instance, you can kill the bright followers afterwards and the game still allows it. It's totally sadistic and pointless, but you can do it. Likewise, you can take a purely violent solution back to Manny by killing the ghouls, with Chris Haversam alongside them for good measure, without even engaging with their Great Journey problem at all, for the simpler they're gone outcome, with less reputation reward than any of the more involved resolutions. So the really interesting thing about Come Fly With Me isn't so much the actual story of helping the ghouls launch themselves on their Great Journey via rockets. It's more that New Vegas gives you a situation full of competing wants and needs and then refuses to protect any of them from each other or you, including the comforting version where everyone gets what they wanted. They only get what they want if you decide it, and even if they don't, you still get the information about Benny just for murdering everyone. There are consequences beyond the quest itself, of course. If the quest is ignored entirely, the Repcon ghouls remain where they are. When the Legion eventually pressures Novak, the town fights alone. Many die, and the weakened settlement is then overrun by feral ghouls spilling out from the test site. In this version of events, Novak is kinda screwed. It wasn't something you did that destroyed the town, the absence of action was the killer in this case. If the player carries out the simple request to kill the ghouls, the outcome is still negative. Killing Jason Bright and the Bright followers outright does remove the immediate problem as perceived by Novak, but it also erases any chance of long-term support. Novak still suffers Legion attacks, still loses people, and with no allies freed from Repcon, it eventually falls. Completing Come Fly With Me has its own set of outcomes too. If the Bright followers do successfully leave on their pilgrimage, they do not vanish from the world. Weeks later, some of them return. In the ending slide, they help repair Novak's defences. In an NCR ending, this allows them to remain independent. And if you sabotage the rockets, the event creates a short-lived economic boon. Salvagers flock to the wreckage, but the radioactive fuel poisons the area. Novak is abandoned anyway. If the player improves the rocket's navigation and sides with Caesar, the Bright followers return only to help evacuate civilians before the Legion takes the town. Novak still falls, but people live who otherwise would not. What Come Fly With Me ultimately demonstrates is that removing a problem and solving it are not the same thing. The player is never told they are deciding Novak's fate, but the ending slides are unambiguous about that fact. Whether the town stands, falls, or empties due to radiation depends solely on decisions you made without having any idea what the long-term ramifications would be. The next quest we're going to cover, Eye for an Eye, is New Vegas doing something it's very good at, taking a location you might think is quite cut and dried in terms of how you deal with it. Cottonwood Cove, a Legion crossing point and slave pen, and then asking whether you're willing to weaponize the exact methods the Legion use, their cruelty and barbarity you've been condemning all along, to shut the place down forever. The most common trigger for all of this starts at the edge of a dead, irradiated place. Camp Searchlight is still burning with radiation, and First Sergeant Astor patrols the perimeter like a man standing guard over a grave. If you've discovered Cottonwood Cove on your map, you can tell him about it, and he immediately jumps on it as an actionable intelligence problem. Ranger Station Echo have been watching the cove. It's become a key crossing point for raids and slave trading. And, of course, beyond observing from a distance, the NCR wants eyes and ears inside it. Astor's first ask is espionage. Go back to Cottonwood Cove, steal documents about troop movements and raids, and plant an NCR listening device on the Legion radio. If you've got a positive Legion reputation, you can walk into the camp and do the job as an infiltrator, staying undetected while you lift papers from cabinets and desks and plant the bug on their radio, acting as a double agent in this case given your positive reputation. Even if you have a negative standing with the Legion, you can actually manage to sneak into the areas and steal the documents and plant the bug, but it's quite difficult to do. In any case, the intel is marked as owned, so even a clean infiltration comes with a theft-based karma hit. What's interesting here is that New Vegas doesn't let you pretend spying is morally neutral. It's a bad karma act, even if you're carrying out the spying and theft against the Legion. Once you return the documents and confirm the bug is in place, Astor offers the second stage. It goes way beyond spying on Legion activities at the Cove. He wants you to erase it. Here, New Vegas gives you a choice that isn't immediately obvious, is morally dubious, but actually awards the highest amount of NCR fame depending on what you do. You can go in and kill the camp the old-fashioned way, straight assault, direct violence, take them out personally. Or you can do it the Legion way. What does that mean then? Well, there's a truck at Cottonwood Overlook hanging off the cliff, leaking radiation from barrels in the back. If you've got the lockpick skill to open it, you can drop these radioactive barrels into Cottonwood Cove and kill the Legion with a very similar method to what they did when they turned Camp Searchlight into an irradiated tomb. Returning to Astor after the fact, he reacts differently if you do it by barrels. If anything, he's happier because, from his perspective, it's symmetry, poetic justice. Justice that looks suspiciously like revenge, because it actually is revenge. That's the really interesting thing about this quest. The NCR soldier patrolling an irradiated former NCR town is pleased that you recreated the atrocity that poisoned it. Because the Legion is the target this time. Environmental consequences be damned, I suppose. What's even cooler is that you can use the barrels method while disguised and undetected and potentially avoid Legion infamy for it. You can make catastrophic decisions for the Legion without them ever knowing or being able to prove you did it. There is an alternative route, of course, where the quest becomes a test of whether faction work is moral alignment or pure opportunism. Instead of planting the NCR bug, you can take it to Aurelius of Phoenix, the Legion Centurion in charge at Cottonwood Cove, and tell him the NCR plan. He rewards you with Legion fame and gives you out-of-date Legion paperwork and notes to take back to Astor. Therefore, when you return to Astor, you hand him intel that's been deliberately made useless, and Astor accepts it. It's a pretty subtle betrayal option really, there's no big drama to it. The quest doesn't require you to defeat Aster in combat or out-argue him in dialogue or explain anything. You can hoodwink him, so to speak, by letting him trust you. So once again we see that there's complexity to how New Vegas approaches you co-creating your own story. Even for a quest that sounds pretty simple, the game allows you to complete it while doing the opposite of its stated purpose, and it's pretty matter of fact about it. The little details matter too, of course. If Boone is with you, resolving this in the NCR's favour, including the barrels into the camp option, contributes towards his companion history points for I forgot to remember to forget. The game is always watching and logging the anti-Legion work you're doing. If Cottonwood Cove is already destroyed when you speak to Aster, the game takes that into account. Aster reacts, you get rewarded, and you don't get to retroactively play Spy afterwards. Again, the world state comes first, the quest structure adapts. The barrels method has knock-on consequences beyond Legion die. If you release them without freeing captives like the Weathers family and they die along with the Legion forces, you can fail the Left My Heart quest. So, in sum, Eye for an Eye is a lot more than simply a basic help NCR against the Legion situation. You're being offered a choice between direct violence or symbolic retribution, and you're also allowed, if you want, to turn the entire assignment into a sneaky act of betrayal that the NCR never even realises happened. Our next example, Flags of Our Foul-Ups, is a side quest where you get to intervene with a failing NCR unit that has some interesting consequences depending on what you do. What the game is actually testing is not simply whether this failing unit can be improved at all, but what kind of improvement the player considers acceptable. At Camp Golf, Sergeant McCready has written the unit called, appropriately, the Misfits, off. They are lazy, undisciplined, and embarrassing, and his own attempts to motivate them have failed. He gives the player permission to try anything, and that permission is literal. Once you speak to the squad, the quest splits out into 4 mutually exclusive philosophies of leadership you can take, each proposed by the soldiers themselves. O'Hanrahan believes the problem is morale. His route treats the squad as people who need reassurance rather than discipline. The player can back this approach through speech checks, convincing each member that they matter and that cooperation is worth the effort. Nothing material changes about the Misfits' equipment or training, only their belief that someone expects more of them. If this path is taken, the ending slide for the Misfits records that they distinguished themselves during the Legion's attack on Camp Golf. The squad earns commendations. The game presents this as one of the better outcomes, genuine improvement without corruption. Mags's route is competence through pressure. She asks the player to train them properly, assuming that discipline and hard skills will override apathy. This path is gated entirely behind guns and explosives checks. If the player cannot perform, the squad cannot improve. There is no alternative dialogue, no partial success. If it works, the result mirrors O'Hanrahan's ending. The Misfits fight well during the Legion assault, and the NCR formally recognises them. Poindexter, on the other hand, offers a lie. His solution is to falsify readiness reports and trick NCR Command into believing the Misfits are combat ready. The quest allows this without protest. It logs the deception, applies karma loss, and moves on. Crucially, this route does not protect the squad. If Camp Golf later falls, the ending slide records that the Misfits panic, flee, are captured, court-martialed, and executed. So you'll be feeling pretty guilty about that at the ending slides maybe, depending on whether you have a conscience. Raz's solution is violence without discipline. He suggests Psycho. The player can source it, deliver it, and watch the squad become terrifyingly effective. This works, briefly. In the ending slide, the Misfits butcher Legion attackers and are initially praised. Then the chem dependency spirals, they turn on civilians, and the NCR executes them by firing squad. The ending slide makes no attempt to soften this outcome. It's a short-term solution with terrible side effects, clearly. There is also the option to do nothing or kill the Misfits outright. The game records both dispassionately. If they die by the player's hand, the ending slide notes that they were spared the humiliation of dying during Caesar's attack. The phrasing is quite deliberate, I think. It's neither praise nor condemnation, it's simply a record of what happened. Flags of our foul-ups is another great example of nuanced, specific solutions to a problem where you will, on any first run, not be sure at all what is the best one to pick. Other than speech checks, none of them are blocked morally, none are labelled as the wrong choice at the time. The consequences only surface later, when the Mojave is reshaped by larger forces, and you have to live with those consequences. Yet another side quest that seems fairly innocuous on the surface, Hard Luck Blues, begins as a routine investigation and ends as one of the most uncompromising decisions in the entire game. There is no trick solution, no hidden third option, no way to frame the outcome as clean, no way to get out of the decision you have to make. The quest exists to force the player to make a really, really hard decision basically. It's kinda sick when you think about it. It all starts at the NCR sharecropper farms, where crop yields are failing and there is a suspicion the water is contaminated somehow. You are asked to trace the problem upstream to the East Pump Station and from there into the mountains. At every step, the tone of the quest suggests maintenance work, pipes, terminals, filtration warnings. Only by tracing the problem back to Vault 34 does the real cause of the problem become clear. Vault 34, like many other vaults, collapsed due to purposeful mismanagement on the part of Vault Tech. In this case specifically, it failed because of overcrowding, poor planning, and an overstocked armory that encouraged internal collapse. Its residents are now feral ghouls, its corridors flooded and irradiated, its reactor leaking poison into the groundwater that should be keeping the NCR's farms alive. Eventually you reach the reactor and at first you're thinking, okay, let's sort this problem, let's get rid of the radiation in the water. But you find something unexpected too. A group of Vault 34 dwellers never became ghouls. They sealed themselves away in an inaccessible section of the vault, alive but trapped, sending out an SOS as radiation levels rise. They cannot be reached in person, they can only be saved indirectly by remote actions on your part. The final decision is binary and explicit, and brutal to be honest. You can seal the vault's ventilation system, stopping the radiation leak and saving the sharecropper farms, condemning the trapped vault dwellers to die. Or you can reroute control to them, giving them a chance to escape, leaving the reactor leak active and dooming the farms instead. The game does not in any way play down the consequences, but interestingly, it does not attach karma to either choice. Maybe it's because there's no way to avoid making a bad choice, who knows? Neither solution, if we can call it that, is ideal. What makes Hard Luck Blues stand out beyond the achingly difficult choice you're forced to make is that it's another example of seeing the effects of your actions on the world. Saving the farms earns NCR support and stabilises food production. Saving the vault dwellers results in survivors later appearing at Aerotech Office Park, displaced but alive. You as a player are given the power over life and death in this quest in a very specific way. Incredible power, but also constrained to two choices. The player is asked who deserves to live, the few now or the many later. And as we'll see a bit further on in the video, this is by no means the only time you'll be asked to decide if immediate good trumps the more strategic vision. Someone to watch over me is one of those quests that doesn't particularly stand out at first glance. Starting out as a bit of neighbourhood watchwork in North Vegas Square, but it's actually pretty ruthless in what it lets you do. It's basically a 3-act test of how you solve problems when nobody important is watching, and the people involved are poor, cornered, and frankly, it would seem compared to the big ticket faction missions, disposable. Crandon, the de facto leader of North Vegas Square, wants some order in his little patch of land. He wants to keep trouble out of sight, keep the square looking stable, and keep the NCR at arm's length. You can convince him you're worth trusting with speech or barter checks, and then he starts handing you jobs that let you decide what peace and justice looks like. For your first job, he wants you to deal with some squatters near the playground. The game gives you 3 routes here. You can kill them, and the game explicitly treats that as killing NCR citizens, meaning your action has a political cost. You can pay them off, 50 caps to disappear. It's caps down the drain, sure, but it's non-lethal and fast. Or you can threaten them, the intimidation route. New Vegas is asking you, what's your preferred mechanism of control? Bullets, money, or fear? This little taster then leads on to the next stage. The second job takes you to the North Sewers. Same pattern, but the stakes are a bit higher because now it's not just a few squatters, but a gang called the Greasers with a leader, Greasy Johnny, who have enough force to make things a bit more of a challenge for you. Again, you can kill them all, pay them off, or talk them out of town. With that done, we're getting to the properly interesting part of this quest. Crandon lets you in on something a bit more personal. Alice Hostetler has been spotted running with a crew led by a ghoul conman, Andy Scab. Crandon sends you to speak to the mother, who explains what's going on. You investigate, find proof that Andy is scheming to rob the Hostetler family using Alice as a tool to get close to them, and confront him. From there you can lie to Andy, keeping the fact you know the truth contained for now, push the conversation into violence and kill him, or hear him out and confirm the main thrust of the scam, using Alice as a way to get at the family money. The quest then surprises you with a bit of a twist. When you return to pass on your findings to Mrs. Hostetler, Alice instead confronts you with a gun and a half-formed plan to force her mother to hand over the money. This is where things get proper interesting in terms of the gravity of the options New Vegas gives you here, with how you talk to someone stressed out, confused, and standing on the cusp of a decision that can't be unmade. You can talk her down through speech or intelligence, disarm her, and then decide whether she stays and reconciles or leaves to chase her own path. Or you can push for an even worse version, encourage the murder, let Alice kill Mrs. Hostetler, then loot the money off the body. New Vegas doesn't protect you or anyone else from the ugliness of that. It doesn't put some kind of spin on it, it doesn't play it down in any way, it lets you do it and then makes you live in the aftermath. Someone to Watch Over Me is a perfect example of New Vegas's smaller quests behaving a bit like morality laboratories. You're given multiple non-lethal routes that still feel coercive. You're allowed to commit disproportionate violence for petty reasons. You can save someone, break them, or profit from the worst moment of their life. And the quest acknowledges outcomes through reputation or karma impacts, not through a single correct ending. It's a little window into your career operating on a level below the grand politics of Hoover Dam. And the game feels just as reactive to your choices with the small stories as it does with the world-changing decisions you can make elsewhere. Next, we're going to take a look at That Lucky Old Son, which we mentioned a bit earlier, but it's worth looking at in a bit more detail. The quest has a lot of nuance to it in terms of what you can do. Ostensibly, the quest is about repairing the power plant, but there are other options, of course. Once again, the game hands you the decision-making power and asks a couple of pretty cold questions. Do you want to provide electricity for the people, or do you want ownership of a superweapon? And once you've decided that, do you want to bring all hell down on everyone? Because That Lucky Old Son can be about so much more than fixing the power plant. The quest is a bit of a possible conclusion to who gets to inherit one of the old world's craziest ideas. And whether your courier is the sort of person who looks at that power and thinks, yoink, that's mine. You arrive at the NCR-held installation with Lieutenant Haggerty guarding the front and a checkpoint mentality baked into the first conversation. Talk your way in, science your way in, disguise your way in, or butcher your way in. The game already gives you a plethora of options as to how you even enter the place. Inside, you meet the two main faces of the quest. Fantastic, the opportunistic fraud who's running the plant for the NCR and would sell the sun itself if he thought he could invoice it. His motivation is to get the place working and provide power for the NCR no matter what, so he can keep his cushy position, so he asks you to help with that. Then there's Rivas, the follower's liaison. He implores you to be egalitarian when fixing the power plant and provide power that will benefit the people. The usual good and neutral outcomes are about where the energy goes. Camp McCarran and the Strip, Freeside and Westside, or spread across the whole region. These options can define you as a political actor in the eyes of certain factions. But there's another option that's a whole different kettle of fish. Once you repair the auxiliary generator yourself or by reactivating Python and bring the mainframe online, the terminal offers another option: route power to Archimedes 2. This is the point where your courier can transcend being a hired gun to an absurd level and become a custodian of a literal superweapon. You are going way beyond choosing what civilians have power tonight. You are choosing whether you personally own the ability to erase something from the map completely. What's cool is that the quest doesn't require you to be aligned to anyone or anything in particular to do this. It doesn't require you to be mustache-twirlingly evil or anything like that at all. It requires only that you see the option and take it. So how does this super weapon work? Well, it's a control switch called Euclid's C-Finder, which is in the form of what looks like a toy laser gun. If you manage to acquire it, it is, crazily enough, being used as a toy by a child named Max in Freeside. You can buy it off him for 1,000 caps, speech check it down to 20, or even get it for free. The game gives you the ability to call down an orbital strike on a cooldown once every 24 in-game hours. It's pretty cool. It's a great example of the game's sense of humour, an apocalyptic weapon reduced to a toy played with by a child, which you could so easily miss in Freeside if you weren't the sort of player who pokes at everything. The quest also offers a second, crazier option for those who just want to cause mayhem. Once you've chosen where to divert the power, you can arm the Archimedes 1 plant defense system and then retarget the array to fire on Helios 1 itself. If you arm the defense system and complete the retargeting within the allowed window, the quest only lets you activate the reflector controls between roughly 9 AM and 3 PM. All hell rains down, wiping out all the NCR personnel on site and slamming your reputation with them into the floor. Brilliant as an example of the game's flexibility, but terrible depending on how you feel about it, this choice makes you sit with the consequences. Fantastic and Rivas can refuse to speak to you afterwards, and the Legion will take control of the place a few days later. Fantastic will have changed into Legion gear and have killed Rivas. Some companions react harshly, for example Arcade and Boone. Arcade will leave, and Boone will either leave or become hostile. That lucky old sun is a good example of New Vegas dangling temptation in front of the player. It allows evil that is entirely opportunistic and in some cases totally sadistic. The question is, can you resist the temptation to hold a super weapon in your hands? And can you also resist the temptation to blow up the NCR station there simply because it's a cool sequence to witness? I'm sure you've all done it at some stage. I know I have. The next quest we're going to look at, There Stands the Grass, is a pretty famous example of a moral dilemma with numerous routes you can take. It's initially presented to you as a retrieval job, but actually it's about deciding if dangerous knowledge survives or not. You pick up the quest at Camp McCarran, where Dr. Hildern has a bit of a problem. He's trying to retrieve scientific information from Vault 22, and he's been having no luck. Dr. Hildern pitches Vault 22 as a miracle gone missing, experimental crops that could solve the NCR's food crisis. You are sent in to recover the data. Before you leave the base though, the counterweight is introduced. Angela Williams, Dr. Hildern's associate, quietly tells you that everyone else Hildern sent to retrieve the information never came back, and that Keeley, a friend of hers who's a scientist, went in alone and disappeared. This adds a different request to the quest. You are to find Keeley and make sure she's safe. As you approach Vault 22, it becomes clear that all is not as it seems. The so-called agricultural breakthrough is already visible outside the entrance as more of an ecological disaster, and as you enter inside you find it is choking the vault, having rewritten human bodies into spore carriers. By the time you reach the data terminal, the truth is clear. The research worked a little too well, and that is precisely the problem. At this point, the player is given their first hard fork in terms of decision making, and the game does not announce it as disastrous at this stage. You can download the data and leave without ever looking for Keeley. If you do, the quest was nothing more than a successful extraction. Keeley remains missing, the NCR gets what it wants, and you never have to confront the consequences directly. Or you can go looking for Keeley, which adds a bit of complexity to the whole situation. She survived long enough to understand what Vault 22 became and the danger it represents. Her plan is simple, and she's pretty clear about being dead set on it. Destroy the spores entirely and erase the research so it can never spread out into the world, and the dangerous research can never be replicated. When it comes to destroying the data, the game now lays out multiple paths for you. You can lie, telling Keeley the data is gone while keeping it for yourself. You can hand the data to Hildern despite now knowing it represents a potential biological catastrophe. This is one of the selfish choices. You get your reward, consequences be damned. You can destroy the data, protecting the future at the cost of immediate utility. Hildern reacts with suspicion and anger. The NCR gains nothing. The famine remains unsolved. Or you can force the issue, refusing to destroy the data and killing Keeley when she tries to stop you. This route goes beyond hollow morality into depravity and complete selfish cruelty. So, there stands the grass as yet another morality test for you as a player, another test of how far you'll take your agency. It tests whether you treat catastrophic knowledge as a warning to be heeded or as a resource to be exploited regardless. The freedom it offers you comes with severe consequences for the future of the world itself, over and above any immediate rewards. Now, for my next example, this is one of my absolute favourites because it has the potential to be completely sick, or rather, to allow you to behave like a total sicko. New Vegas disguises Young Hearts as a harmless romance subplot, then sneakily gives you the option to weaponize trust to a truly reprehensible degree. The setup is quite cute at first. Jack, a boomer who has never left Nellis, is in love with Janet, a Crimson Caravan worker he's only seen from afar through binoculars. He asks the courier to act as an intermediary, not to arrange a meeting but to find out whether the romantic feeling is mutual. When you speak to Janet, the answer is clear. She knows who Jack is, she's seen him too, she's curious, and she's willing to meet him. So, because the boomers are isolationists, you have to get Pearl's permission, providing Janet with a boomer outfit so the artillery crews won't shell her. And you have to speak to the Crimson Caravan to negotiate her release from her work contract. It's all pretty procedural, low-key, responsible, basically normal at this stage. But the game leaves a sadistic door open for you. You can lie to Janet. With a single speech check, you can tell her that she's already expected at Nellis and that it's safe to travel there, without ever securing permission, without the boomer outfit, without warning the base. If you do this, Janet simply sets off on her journey to Nellis. She is then killed by the boomer's artillery as she approaches the base, blown to smithereens. The game just lets it happen. It is, aside from being spectacularly gruesome, a predictable outcome of misinformation. Sure, you didn't personally fire the shells, you didn't issue the order, but you did set up the conditions. Jack is devastated. He demands to know why you didn't stop her. You can lie again, telling him she chose to risk everything for him. If you pass the check, he internalizes the guilt, curses everything, and withdraws. If you tell the truth or fail the check, he refuses to speak to you ever again, thinking you're a complete monster. Which, to be fair, you are. You literally sent a young woman to her death for no reason other than amusement. And over and above that, the man who loved her had to watch her literally being exploded. What makes Young Hearts remarkable in the argument of player agency isn't so much that you can cause a death, New Vegas is full of opportunities for that, but that it offers you the chance to organise a reasonless loss of life in full view of the man who requested your help, just because you can. Next, we're going to take a look at how you deal with the Fiends in a bit more detail. This is not solely related to a side quest. While it does relate to a number of them, the eradication of them is more of a general problem that the game places in front of you. In terms of a direct request that looks at getting rid of them and why you should, at Camp McCarran, Major Datry makes the situation plain. The Fiends are bleeding the NCR dry. Patrols are being hit daily. Troopers are dying before they ever see Hoover Dam. He puts bounties on their leaders' heads and tells you directly that he does not care how it gets done, they just have to die. What the game never does, though, is compel you to accept that responsibility. You can walk away, or you can kill a single leader and take the caps, or you can wipe them out entirely, or you can decide that the NCR's inability to solve its own problems is not your problem. Every one of these choices is valid, and the game records all of them. The Fiends are not a single target, of course, they are a distributed threat, anchored by Motor Runner and Vault 3, but sustained by lieutenants operating across Outer Vegas. Killing Cook, Driver Neffy, or Violet weakens them, but does not end them. Leaving Motor Runner alive preserves their organisational core. The game tracks this distinction throughout your run without commentary until the end slides make it impossible to miss. If you do nothing, never enter Vault 3, never engage with Datry's bounties, the Fiends remain intact. When the second Battle of Hoover Dam erupts, they do not sit out, they strike Camp McCarran itself. Under an NCR ending, the attack is repelled, but the cost is severe. Troopers die away from the front. The NCR wins the war, but it's not an ideal outcome. The slide does not blame you explicitly, but the causality is clear. This happened because the Fiends were allowed to remain whole. If you partially intervene, killing Motor Runner but leaving the rest of the leadership structure intact, the outcome is a little bit more positive. The NCR still faces an attack, but it is weaker, more desperate, and ultimately terminal for the Fiends. In this version of events, the NCR survives with minimal losses and eradicates the gang in the aftermath. If you eliminate all 4 leaders yourself, the Fiends never become a factor at Camp McCarran at all. They fracture, scatter, and are hunted down by other groups. This is the case where decisive action removes a problem from the endgame entirely, the most positive outcome. The consequences shift again a bit too, depending on who controls New Vegas, as well as the state of the leadership of the Fiends at the end of the game. Under Robert House, if Motor Runner is dead, surviving Fiends attack McCarran during the battle at the dam and are then methodically exterminated by Securitrons once House consolidates power. Or, if he's alive, they overwhelm retreating NCR troops before his Securitrons can save them. Under an independent ending, if Motor Runner lives, the Fiends can overrun McCarran and linger as a destabilising force in Outer Vegas for months afterward. Never fully dominant, but never gone. If he's dead, they still remain, but are more of a nuisance than anything else. Under Caesar's Legion, their fate is the bleakest of all, regardless of whether Motor Runner survives. They attack McCarran but fail to impress Caesar, and are wiped out for their reliance on chems and lack of discipline. None of these outcomes require you even to be aware that you need to formally complete anything. You could do a run without ever having spoken to Major Datry at all, and only realise there were consequences for the state of the Fiends at endgame when you're watching the ending slides. It's another really cool example of how various actions can affect the end state of the game, with lots of different variations, even if you realised it or not. Next, we're going to take a look at some of the companion quests we haven't looked at earlier. For example, we touched upon Cass's companion quest earlier on. And by earlier on, I mean hours ago, obviously, but whatever. You're still here somehow in this War and Peace length video. And I thank you for that. Anyway, once again, I won't be covering absolutely every companion questline, but choosing a few that explore how your choices as a player can open up interesting further choices and consequences via your companions that sometimes impact on the very ending of the game itself. Arcade Gannon's companion quest for Auld Lang Syne is interesting as an excellent example of your companions as people with, certainly in this case, secret histories that can either be reactivated or buried by the player's behaviour. The sequence begins way before you might realise, in the way the game watches how you behave while he is present. His affinity to you grows, and he reveals things to you. We will discuss that more in a moment. The surface story is as follows. Arcade reveals that he is the son of an Enclave scientist, and believes that the scattered remnants of the Enclave in the Mojave could be convinced to reunite for one final intervention at Hoover Dam. Beneath that, the quest is about whether the past is something that can be used responsibly or whether it should be left alone. The crucial point I touched upon earlier is that the quest does not activate because you chose a specific dialogue option. Rather, it activates because the game has been keeping score. You can travel with Arcade for hours without knowing that you are progressing anything at all. Visiting a crashed vertibird, speaking to Thomas Hildern, entering Repcon, or simply responding thoughtfully in unrelated quests all accumulate trust in the background. None of these actions announce themselves as meaningful, only later does it decide that enough has been seen. This means the quest activating is dictated in large part by the kind of person you have demonstrated yourself to be. Even once Arcade opens up, you're still not placed on rails. You are asked to track down the Enclave remnants, but nothing forces you to agree with Arcade's view of the situation. Each remnant can be convinced without coercion, and each conversation with Arcade during this process asks a subtle question. Do people owe anything to who they used to be? Your answers are factors in what happens later. By the time you reach the Remnant's bunker, the game already knows whether you have been arguing for continuity or rupture, responsibility or escape. When the final decisions arrive, they are the logical outcome of a pattern you may not have realised you were establishing. The on-the-nose agency as a player comes at the Remnant's bunker itself towards the end of the quest line when you've gathered the Enclave remnants together. You are asked to choose whether they support the NCR or Caesar's Legion, and the game allows you to make a decision that actively contradicts Arcade's values. If you side with the Legion, Arcade does not negotiate, he leaves permanently. A companion you have spent a large amount of the game with simply decides that this is where your paths diverge. The game doesn't protect the relationship from your decision, it honours the reality of it enough to let it end. Even if you side with the NCR, the game does not resolve Arcade for you. After the decision, Arcade turns the same question inward. Should he fight alongside the Remnants and accept his inheritance, or walk away from the Enclave entirely? At this point, the player's earlier stance on the past becomes decisive. If you have been consistent, Arcade accepts your guidance without resistance. If you have not, the game forces you to confront that inconsistency directly, requiring persuasion to override what you have previously taught him. This is a delayed consequence of how you framed the world throughout your time with Arcade. What makes For Auld Lang Syne exceptional is that it treats ideology as cumulative rather than performative, malleable but only to a point. The quest allows you to resurrect the Enclave as a military force, bury it completely, or weaponize it in the service of a regime Arcade despises. In every case, the game accepts your decision as final. Arcade does not reappear later to soften it, the ending slides do not apologise for you, and we'll look at them in more detail later. Whatever version of history you choose is the one that is written. In design terms, this quest reinforces the same philosophy seen elsewhere in New Vegas. The world pays attention even when you think it isn't. Trust is built invisibly, values are inferred rather than declared, and relationships can end without spectacle. For Auld Lang Syne is less about choosing the right outcome and more about living with the one you've been shaping all along. We're moving on to Veronica now, and her quest, I Could Make You Care, is a nice demonstration of slow burn consequence. It is triggered by letting her see the Mojave. You recruit her at the 188 trading post, and from there the game places you in a familiar pattern. You don't start the quest so much as you accumulate proof that the world is bigger than the Brotherhood's bunker. Veronica initiates conversations at specific places and moments, and the quest only becomes real once she's had enough of them. That matters because it makes the player's wandering behaviour part of the narrative. Throughout your wanderings with Veronica, you are feeding a pressure build-up that eventually forces a confrontation. And the game is strict about something else. You can invalidate the entire premise before it begins. If you have already destroyed the Brotherhood before ever recruiting Veronica, she can turn hostile and the quest never happens. This is the game refusing to let you have the emotional arc after you've already burned down the stage it was meant to play out on. It doesn't hand you a non-canon, you can do anything without consequences version where she shrugs off the murder of her entire family, like another certain unnamed game might allow to happen. New Vegas commits. Once the quest properly kicks in, the first real choice is, do you go back with her to see her family in the Brotherhood bunker? Or do you stall her, dismiss her, or tell her to handle it alone? New Vegas often treats "I'll do it later" as a valid position, and here it functions as character. Veronica is asking you to stand beside her when she confronts her own people. If you refuse, that's a perfectly valid choice for you to make. You are refusing to participate in a personal crisis, for your own reasons, which you don't have to explain. From there, after Veronica speaks to the Elder and is rebuffed in her assertion that the Brotherhood should emerge from the bunker and engage with the world again to survive, the player is pushed into more choices. Veronica concludes that the Elder won't change unless you bring back undeniable proof, something that forces the Brotherhood to look at the world and admit they are losing it. The quest gives you multiple ways to do that. You can chase the previously mentioned Archimedes 2 and Euclid's Sea Finder, pulling the Brotherhood towards superweapons and the logic of deterrence, power that forces relevance. You can pursue the Vault 22 research data, positioning survival as infrastructure and food, a future-proofing argument rather than a battlefield one. Or you can retrieve the Pulse Gun, a weapon that can disable power armor, enticing the Brotherhood out into the world to try and deal with the fact that one of their greatest advantages could be nullified. Each of these choices affects the tone of the argument you are making on Veronica's behalf. You are effectively choosing what kind of future you are trying to sell the Brotherhood: dominance, sustainability, or tactical necessity. And so you return with the proof, whichever you chose, and the Elder still refuses to bend. The point is not that the Brotherhood is wrong, the point is that proof does not guarantee change. New Vegas rarely rewards idealism with clean victories, and this quest leans into that. Veronica hits the wall, and the player is asked to do something the game usually avoids making explicit: decide the shape of another person's life. Veronica's choice is presented as a fork in the road: stay with the Brotherhood and keep trying to change them, or leave and sever herself from them entirely. You can tell her what to do, or you can refuse to carry that responsibility and let her decide. Either way, the game does not let the decision remain private, it externalizes into consequence. Because no matter what she chooses, the Brotherhood responds. If Veronica stays, the confrontation becomes a test of how far you are willing to go to protect her within the institution. Paladins confront you. You can talk them down with an extreme speech check, or you can let it become violence and kill them once they turn hostile. The important part is that the game treats solving it as far more than a binary success. Different solutions reflect different versions of the courier: diplomat, bully, opportunist, executioner. If Veronica leaves, the game delivers one of its cruelest knock-on effects. The world punishes her for stepping outside the bunker. After a similar confrontation outside the Hidden Valley bunker, you try to set her up with the followers of the Apocalypse. You come back and the outpost is massacred by Brotherhood paladins. It is absolutely brutal, a physical location filled with bodies. What's also brutal is that it was your decisions that caused the massacre to happen in the first place. By making a life decision for someone and then seeing what the institution she comes from does to enforce its boundaries. Even the combat options throughout her companion quest are conditional in a way that matters. If you attack first in the wrong moments, the quest can fail and Veronica can leave permanently. That is the game drawing a line between protecting someone and using them as collateral while you do what you want. It is permissive, of course, but it is not indifferent. Your timing and your intent, as expressed through action, can lock outcomes. So the real TLDR choice set of I Could Make You Care is whether you expose her to a world that breaks her certainty, what kind of evidence you believe should shape policy, whether you take responsibility for telling her who to become, and whether you are willing to accept that institutions retaliate when someone tries to leave. It's a companion quest built around a simple truth New Vegas keeps repeating to you throughout your playthroughs. Yes, with your agency you can change outcomes, but not all of them and not irrevocably. And you certainly cannot stop consequences from being consequences. Boone's companion quest, the first of them anyway, One for My Baby, is a bit more on the vicious, delicious side. It gives you a revenge story and then puts Boone's trigger finger in your hands and asks you what you want to do with it. When you first meet Boone, he's the night watchman in Novak, perched up in the dinosaur's mouth, watching the town through a scope and not doing much else with his life, because that is the only way he can still function. Why is he in this state? Well, he's emotionally shut down because not only was his wife taken by Legion slavers, but he's convinced it was done with inside help from someone in Novak. He wants the person who sold her. He does not want the NCR to handle it. He does not want the town to handle it. He wants one clean shot to end that person's life, and he wants it to be his. Your role is to solve the crime, yep, but it's also select the target, because the target doesn't have to be the guilty party. The mechanism of the quest is blunt and brilliant. Boone gives you his beret as a signal. Whoever you lead into position while wearing it in front of the dinosaur where he's perched waiting becomes the person Boone believes is responsible. You are physically staging an execution. The game does provide a correct investigative route. Ask around, follow clues, open the safe in the hotel lobby, find the bill of sale tying Jeannie Mae Crawford to the Legion, then lure her out and let Boone put a round through her skull. It's a neat piece of dusty town detective work, and it feels earned because it took a little bit of effort, and feels good because she actually deserved it. And sure, that's the right thing to do, but is it the fun thing to do? You can frame people. Several Novak residents can be sent to the execution spot, and Boone will shoot them if you give the signal. The game doesn't throw up an invisible wall or require the bill of sale first or stop you because you haven't discovered the truth yet. It treats Boone's trauma as a weapon you're allowed to aim badly on purpose. That choice comes with consequences, of course. If you bring the wrong person and admit you had nothing but a hunch, Boone's trust collapses. He can become permanently unavailable as a companion, and in some outcomes he turns hostile. There's no slap on the wrist here, rather a slammed and locked door. The game remembers what you did, and it changes what Boone is willing to be to you. Even the good route has a pretty dark edge, if we're being honest. Boone kills Jeannie Mae because you placed her in front of his rifle and told him, without words, this is her, this is the one who sold your wife. The player is way more than a bystander to catharsis. You are an accomplice to murder, even when the target is guilty. New Vegas makes you own that, because let's be clear here, it is murder, even if she did do what she did. And then the game adds a final layer of agency that feels almost petty in how real it is. You can ruin everything by acting too helpfully. If you kill Jeannie yourself, the quest can't proceed because Boone needed to take the shot. The game refuses to let you steal the revenge and still claim you helped him. You either let Boone do what he came here to do, or you don't get Boone. So, One for My Baby is a nice showcase of how New Vegas treats certainty and consequence. You can do the work, find evidence, and deliver the right person to Boone. Or you can play God, point a grieving man at an innocent target, and deal with what that says about you as a person. Lily Bowen's companion quest, Lily and Leo, is a bit subtler and actually potentially one of the game's cruelest sets of choices. The game waits for you to notice Lily as a person rather than a combat asset, then asks you to decide which parts of her are worth preserving. Lily, a nightkin living in Jacobstown, travels with you as a companion, talking to herself, arguing with someone called Leo, slipping between grandmotherly warmth and violent disassociation. None of this is initially presented to you as a problem to solve. It's simply how she exists. Over time, through overheard lines, moments of instability in combat, and eventually a holotape of her grandchildren's voices, the poignant truth surfaces. Lily is deliberately underdosing her medication so she doesn't lose the memories that anchor her previous pre-mutation identity. That is the point where the game hands you control. You are the one who gets to choose which version of Lily is allowed to survive. You can tell her to take the full dosage of her medication. This stabilizes her. The violent breaks stop. Leo fades. She becomes safer, quieter, and less effective in combat. It is the choice of medical responsibility, but the cost is explicit. Lily loses pieces of herself to stay functional. The game does not pretend this is painless, and we'll explore that more later when we look at the various companion ending slides. You can tell her to keep doing what she's doing, half doses, half control. Lily remains volatile, but her memories stay intact. She keeps Leo and the comfort he provides, even if that comfort is built on delusion. This is the compromise path, and it is exactly that. Not a solution, but a decision to live with instability rather than erase it. Or you can tell her to stop taking the medication altogether. This is the most brutal option and also the most revealing. Lily becomes more dangerous, more powerful, more prone to psychotic breaks, but she is also fully herself. Her memories are no longer threatened. Leo never goes away. You are choosing identity over safety, knowing full well that the consequences will follow you into every fight. There's an opportunism to this too, of course. What makes Lily and Leo hit hard is that none of these outcomes are actually fixing her. There is no version where Lily is cured, whole, and happy. There is only trade-off. Stability versus memory, safety versus selfhood. The game refuses to moralize the choice for you. You have to do that yourself. For the game's part, it simply records what you value more and adjusts Lily, mechanically and narratively, to reflect that. In design terms, this is actually New Vegas at its most restrained. Sure, it changes how Lily behaves forever, and it changes how her story ends, but you are not asked to save her. You are asked to decide which loss you are willing to live with, and then carry that decision with you for the rest of the game. I mentioned earlier that I'd save the companion endings for later in the video, and we've now reached that point. It's interesting to look at the various possible endings for the companions, depending on what you decided to do with them. Across the companion endings, New Vegas is consistent in a subtle but brutal way. Your intervention does not always save people. If they are saved, it's the byproduct of you committing them to a path. Boone is a great example of this. If you steer him toward atonement, he survives the war and remains in the Mojave as a hardened scout or guard, still defined by bitter springs but no longer consumed by it. If you push him toward vengeance, the outcome depends on the political order you create. Under the NCR, Boone hunts down the officer responsible for the massacre and then ends things for himself too. While under House or an independent Vegas, he drifts into mercenary work, a man who has traded purpose for survival. Under the Legion ending, he wages a one-man war against Legate Lanius, in one case spitting tobacco in his eye while being crucified, in another becoming an avenging angel and the terror of Legion forces everywhere. Veronica fares no better. There is no ending in which she reforms the Brotherhood or finds a place that truly accepts her. If you push her away from the Brotherhood, she lives with the knowledge that change was possible but never realised. If you leave her quest unresolved, she simply wanders, unmoored. If the Brotherhood is destroyed, she mourns it even when she knows it was probably necessary. There's far more detail to her endings, of course. I'm trying to summarise the broad strokes, but you'll need to complete the game yourself or look up the endings to see the sheer amount of variations. Arcade Gannon's endings embody disillusionment and tragedy most clearly of all the companions, I think. On the Legion path, he can be enslaved, broken, or executed, or even end it all himself. Under NCR victory, he risks exposure as Enclave affiliated and is hunted by almost all surviving powers, and disappears into obscurity or is arrested for war crimes. Under an independent outcome, he stays in the Mojave and helps where he can, using his Enclave knowledge and tech. But the slides are explicit that independence is not what he hoped for. He survives, but the future disappoints him. Again, I'm only covering broad strokes here, as there's a lot of complexity to his endings. Lily Bowen is spared politics entirely, yet her fate is no kinder. Stabilise her medication and she lives safely but loses herself, throwing away the cherished holotape of her grandchildren she'd held on to for so long because it doesn't mean anything to her anymore. Half doses and she eventually leaves to try and reconnect with her past despite being confused and muddled. Stop her taking the medication and she keeps her identity at the cost of her health for a while. She eventually becomes a ravenous beast, all identity gone. Raoul can either fade quietly into old age if you leave him alone, reclaim a sense of purpose as a wandering gunslinger, or finally retire in peace as a mechanic. His outcome hinging not on the Mojave's future, but on whether you convince him that his past still matters. Cass's ending reflects the cost of justice, pursue violent revenge, and you destabilise trade, expose the caravan conspiracy legally, and it helps strengthen supply lines instead. She can leave the Mojave if you explicitly send her west, in which case you're told she lived 30 more years, passing away in a small shack outside of Vault City, her rose pendant still around her neck. Otherwise, she stays to see the consequences of the war she helped you win. She is amazed by your exploits if you go independent, horrified by a Legion victory, proud of its NCR, and never loses who she is as a person. Her wild nature seems to endure across many of the slides. Eddie has a few endings too. Its data is either absorbed into institutions or lost, continues its journey to Navarro, or remains a loyal companion to the courier, or ends up with a travelling caravan as a protector. Its legacy, though, in many of the slides is punctuated by what technical information others extract from it. Rex survives every ending only if you act to replace his brain, but never fully recovers who he was before, living on as a compromise between his own memories and whatever brain was transplanted into him. Taken together, these outcomes underline the same truth that defines the wider game. The courier cannot fully fix the Mojave or the people in it. Neither can they guarantee good outcomes, even if they made what seemed to be on the face of it the best choice. They are the deciding hand, though, in many of the futures that are potentially foreclosed, and which compromises everyone has to live with once the dust settles. The thing is, there's so much choice and freedom even beyond the formal quests. Here are a few examples of my favourite things to do that I've discovered over the years. Note that this is not an exhaustive list, just some of the more obscure and/or amusing things I've come across that aren't immediately obvious. A lot of people don't realise this, but you can ask Victor for help during the Goodsprings defence. He'll agree, and then he won't show up. The consequence isn't extra firepower, it's the opposite, a quiet reveal that Victor is not fully autonomous. After the fight, you can question him and he'll give you a flimsy excuse, must have dozed off. But the point is that the game lets you discover he was manually disabled via a science check, which gives you a cool clue at an early stage that someone else is pulling the strings here. The result is a rare early moment where New Vegas admits, in plain mechanical terms, that the player's request has hit a ceiling. Someone higher up can switch a character off. So, as a consequence of this, you don't gain a helper, but you gain some valuable information early in the game. Victor's limits are enforced from above, and the world is already being managed around you by someone unseen. Another example of a lesser known route you can take, which I think is incredibly cool, is the fact that you can actually become leader of the Great Khans. This is pretty amazing and something that took some players years to discover. Basically, if you complete We Are Legion and kill everyone at Camp Forlorn Hope, then Papa Khan will name you his successor the next time you talk to him. And what you can do next is pretty sick. You can actually assassinate Papa Khan and then speak to Regis to decide the fate of the tribe, and assume the leadership yourself as the named heir. It's a really niche set of conditions, and it's a fantastic example of the devs considering various choices the player might make. It's obscure obviously because it's chained to a route many players never do, and it's tethered to an action most players avoid because of the obvious consequences elsewhere. Moving on to the strip, once you've met House and leave the Lucky 38 for the first time, an NPC named Emily Ortal, a member of the Followers of the Apocalypse, asks you to bug the Lucky 38 to gain access to what she believes might be cutting-edge medical technology that would benefit them. The thing is, you can go straight to Mr. House and tell him someone offered you caps to bug his tower. What's cool is House's total disdain for the entire thing. He will either essentially tell you, good luck with that because it will never work, or if you already did it, he'll tell you it took 39 seconds and some change for him to detect and deactivate it. So being honest in this case leads to a bit of a dressing down and you looking like a bit of a fool. Another of my absolute favourite obscure choices comes from a very unorthodox chain. If you're a cannibal and you eat Caesar, House, Kimball and the King, you gain Meat of Champions, a perk that gives +1 to luck, charisma, strength and intelligence for 1 minute whenever you eat someone else. It's pretty challenging to do this smoothly if we were to use that word to describe the act of gourmet feasting on some of the most influential people in the world. And the best way to do this is to kill or eat the King, then House, then stay on Caesar's path until the tumor surgery and kill him during it, feasting on him afterwards, then progress to Arizona Killer and eat Kimball quickly, obviously right in front of all of the NCR. Wonder what they'd think about that. Anyway, as a result, as we've seen, you get a concrete repeatable combat and stat buff, and you create massive potential faction blowback along the way. For instance, for killing the King, you pretty much have to wipe out the whole King's gang afterwards unless you get lucky with a stealth kill. Honestly, I love this. Puts the gourmet cannibalism of the White Glove Society to shame. A bit of a shorter example next, but a goodie, and related to meeting in Kulta before Nipton again. However, in this case you can kill Vulpes in Kulta on the strip before you ever see him in Nipton. And amazingly enough, a different fully voiced character replaces him. What's awesome is that the devs even took this possibility into account and ensured that the Legion's messenger role persists, but the identity swaps. The game once again roots around your choices. In this case, the assassination doesn't collapse the story at all. Next, when hunting Fiend leaders for NCR bounties, Cook is usually treated as a standard mini-boss encounter. But instead of just killing the guy as per usual, the game allows another approach. If you kill his prized Brahmin first, Cook enters an uncontrolled rage state. He begins attacking indiscriminately, killing fiends and anyone else nearby. So you can take him out by literally driving him insane. The area destabilizes without you needing to fire another shot. Just stand back and watch the chaos. Then claim his head and take it back for the bounty. The game supports escalation by provocation rather than direct confrontation. Honestly, it's brilliant, and you should try it. Back to the strip again, and another little activity which is surprisingly not known by a lot of players is that With a luck special stat of 8 or higher, the casinos cease to be games of chance and more a pretty good source of profit. You can reliably drain them. What's cool about it though is that each one allows you to win until an invisible threshold is reached, and then bans you permanently. It might look like a punishment, but it isn't really. You already have the money. What changes is access to the endless profits. It's awesome that the institutions respond the way real ones do, by refusing to deal with you anymore. So really, you can actually go and play the casinos just like you would in real life Las Vegas, with quite similar results. In Freeside, there's an NPC called Rotface who will trade information for a cap. There is no hint that repetition matters. But if you keep paying him 30 times, he eventually spends the accumulated money on a unique hat. So even tiny little repeatable actions that pretty much would be the most obscure thing ever for the devs to consider is something they thought about and created a cool little consequence for. What's even more interesting is that in cut content, the player could comment on the hat and, if they continued to give him money, he would buy a fancy suit and then a gun, and would even attempt to mug the player after that, getting too big for his boots. Shame that didn't make it into the final game. Oh, and as a final note, the hat he wears is Eulogy Jones's from Fallout 3. The suit would have been the same as his too. You can also decide to be the kind of person who steals candy from children. Whether you do a Legion run or not, you get chances to explore the fort, and while there, you might come across a young slave girl who asks you to retrieve her lost teddy bear. You can return it, or you can tear its head off right in front of her. You get good karma for returning it, or bad karma and Legion fame for murdering the poor teddy. Pretty cruel, but depending on your sense of humour, pretty funny. Another small option here that's cool in terms of alternative routes to places, with sufficiently high NCR reputation, you can board the monorail from Camp McCarran directly into New Vegas, skipping Freeside altogether. I actually never knew about this at all until I was exploring tons of different options and ways to do things for this video, and I've been playing New Vegas for 15 years. Just goes to show that you can miss something all that time because there are so many cool little details. So, from that bunch of little choices and details, of which I am literally just scraping the surface, you can do so much in so many ways. And oftentimes you might not ever have come across it at all. It's absolutely staggering. Honestly, if someone were to try and quantify every single option and variation and activity that exists in one video, it would probably have to be about 20 hours long. That's a ballpark minimum figure. I actually have no idea how long it would have to be. The thing is, let's not sugarcoat the level of choice you have here. If we take chaos and evil as an example, you can choose cruelty at every scale, from mass violence to deliberate, pointless humiliation. Some of these we've mentioned, but just for sheer impact, let's have a bit of a roll call of the madness. You can activate Archimedes 1 at Helios 1 and burn NCR troops alive for no strategic reason. Sabotage the Repcon launch so the Bright Brotherhood die believing they're ascending. Aid the Omerta's chemical attack on the Strip, even for no reason at all in an independent ending. Literally, even if it harms your own cause. Side with the Legion or deliberately worsen it by killing Caesar so Lanius takes over. Crucify Benny for the worst kind of revenge. Wipe out the boomers instead of engaging with them, or even worse, after gaining their trust. Detonate slave collars at Cottonwood Cove by freeing people without removing them, or psychologically break the father of the enslaved family into putting a pistol to his head. Turn the White Glove Society back to cannibalism and even feed a companion to them. Sell Arcade Gannon into Legion slavery. Use Veronica to access and then destroy the Brotherhood of Steel, her own family for heaven's sake. Or you can have already killed them all and gleefully gloat to her about it when you first meet her. You can set up your loyal friend Cass to be murdered. Leave Mr. House alive but disconnected in his stasis chamber in a living hell. Negotiate truces and then execute the other side anyway. Kill the Cans after promising talks. Kill Doc Mitchell or Sonny Smiles after the Doc literally saved your life and Sonny helps you get your bearings. Execute Harland at Repcon to skip finding his dead friend simply because you can't be bothered with it. Frame Heck Gunderson in the murder of his own son just for a laugh. Encourage NCR corruption and arms dealing. Irradiate Cottonwood Cove just to even the odds. Deny Rex his brain surgery because pain is good, obviously. Leave Eddie as scrap forever and just generally choose violence where no reward exists, with the game quietly accepting that the motivation is not ideology or necessity or any reason at all, but the willingness to do harm simply because the option is there. Just because you can. Literally, you can just decide to straight up murder the entire population of the game and wander around afterwards with total impunity. You can be the king or queen of the biggest graveyard ever if you like, the ultimate sandbox, the most deserted desert, literal ghost towns all over the map. And speaking of good, evil or indifference, obviously there's the karma mechanic which, as we've seen, has a bearing on the ending slides. We've already looked at that here and there, but I specifically wanted to point out how even minor choices like stealing one item from a house, for instance, all gets put against your karmic level. Good or bad, throughout your playthrough. This can affect everything at the end, and it's happening all the time. Your decisions are constantly being totaled up on some invisible spreadsheet deciding if you're good, bad, or somewhere in between. Bear in mind too that we haven't specifically covered the impact of special attributes or skills here other than incidentally when discussing specific quests. But across the game as a whole, everywhere, all the time, there will be things you simply can't do depending on your build. You can play as an absolute genius, for instance, or a brain-dead buffoon who can barely speak. You can play as someone with the most insanely high luck imaginable, to the point of accidentally somehow defusing bombs with no expertise and managing to clear out all the casinos of every cap, or someone who can't catch a break, literally ever. And this is going at such a surface level here because there's only so long this video can be, but I needed to mention this because it has such an impact on everything too. And it's something you choose, and you're making those choices before you even start playing the game itself. And then you've got perks, which is where this whole invisible spreadsheet feeling turns into something far more deliberate. Because perks are you actively building a version of the courier piece by piece as you're playing the game. In New Vegas, you're not grabbing a perk every level like in Fallout 3. The cadence is slower, one perk every 2 levels. That sounds small on paper, but it's massive in practice, because it means every pick has more weight. If you take something that pushes you towards VATS accuracy, crit builds, stealth multipliers, carry weight, crafting, explosives, speech intimidation, companion synergy, you're doing it instead of something else you now don't get. And that instead of is the whole point. The perk list is a menu of identities, rather than a rewards list where you get it all. And unlike some other games, the perks actually have a material effect on your experience. But anyway, what makes it more interesting is that perks aren't floating freely to be chosen at any stage simply based on your level. They're gated behind levels, sure, but also special thresholds and skill requirements. So the game isn't merely asking, what do you want? It's asking, what did you build yourself into being? You can't handwave your way into a perk that assumes you're a high agility sneak specialist if you've built a low agility bruiser who solves problems with a blunt instrument. The perk system reinforces your earlier choices, and it also punishes indecision. If you spread yourself too thin, you'll constantly be 1 stat point or 10 skill points away from the thing that could make a big difference to your build. It really does kind of punish a jack-of-all-trades approach. And then there's the level cap, which limits how many perks you can have. In the base game you top out at 30, the DLCs took that level cap to 50. That means you've got a finite number of perk selections available to you full stop, and because you only get one every 2 levels, it forces a kind of long-term triage. Do I want to be the cowboy revolver build and the crit monster and the crafting chemist and the speech god? No, you're going to be some of those things, and the rest are alternate timelines. If I didn't feel that way already, adding this layer of variation on top of everything else is where the replayability starts to feel almost ridiculous. Every run will feel different depending on whether you're a lucky charmer or a silent assassin or a walking demolition company. The quests are the same on the surface, sure, the Mojave is still the Mojave, but the texture of what you're capable of changes, which means your decisions change. Either because you're unable to take certain routes, or you're offered choices you didn't know were possible, which means the story you end up telling yourself, co-creating with the game, changes. And it all loops back to agency again, because perks are far more than simply stats going up. They're the game saying, you can do this kind of thing now. You can solve problems this way now. You can approach the same encounter with a completely different set of tools, and it won't be you role-playing over the top of the mechanics. The mechanics will be aligned with the role. Your courier becomes an engineered outcome of dozens of small, irreversible choices. And because the cap keeps you from being everything at once, even at 50, each run has to sacrifice entire branches of possibility, which is a whole other reason why it keeps feeling like a different game every time you play. Before I move on, I know I said I wouldn't be covering them, but I need to at least acknowledge the 4-story DLCs. I'm not going to go into massive detail here, but they do need to be mentioned, because each one gives you a contained little theatre where your build, your values, and your willingness to commit to a choice get stress tested even more so perhaps than in the main game itself. Dead Money is basically New Vegas taking your power and agency away on purpose, then asking you what you do when you can't solve problems with your usual toolkit. You're stripped down, thrown into a hostile environment with its own rules, and forced to work with people you don't fully control or trust. The choices go beyond pick A or B for a reward. They explore how you handle coercion, whether you treat your companions as assets or people, whether you buy into the story's obsession with control. Even the ending decision has that very New Vegas flavour of, what kind of person are you? You can technically manage to get the gold at the end, but the game is testing whether you actually understand what the whole thing was trying to teach you. Can you learn to let things go? And beyond that, are you sadistic enough to burn the whole Mojave to the ground just because you can, for greed and power? Honest Hearts, on the other hand, introduces a new region, new factions, and new choices where the game is ultimately asking what you think saving people actually looks like. Do you go along with the plan that preserves a community by uprooting it? Do you back the kind of vengeance that feels righteous in the moment? And how much do you let one very forceful personality steer the moral centre of the story? It's giving you big decisions that are presented like a practical necessity, but it's actually a values test for you. Mercy, wrath, pragmatism, protection, and how you think your courier values those concepts. Old World Blues is funny, surreal, grotesque, horrific, but it's still loaded with choices. You're deciding how you deal with a broken, artificial ecosystem of old world minds and machines. Do you play along? Do you resist? Do you try to minimize harm? Do you turn the place into a resource hub for yourself? Even when it's comedic, even when it pulls the wool over your eyes with quirkiness or juxtaposed horror, it's still about agency, boiled down to curiosity and how personal gain can sometimes trump sacrifice for responsibility. At least, that's how I've always felt about it anyway. And then Lonesome Road. Yes, we talked about it earlier, but we'll recap here in the DLC section for completeness. It's the DLC that makes the theme explicit, the courier's trail, consequences, narrative blame, and the idea that your past choices have weight whether you remember making them or not. It's far more linear in structure, but the choices still exist because they're about what kind of person you are when confronted with a story that insists you're responsible for something horrifying. Your decisions in the finale are huge. As we touched upon earlier, you can nuke either the NCR or Legion, both of them, or neither. So even without going deep on them here, the important point is this: the DLCs are 4 different variations of the same core idea. That New Vegas will keep handing you real choices, then make you live inside the version of the world those choices create. At this point, I just want to take time to veer a little bit more into general thoughts and opinions territory. If you've played New Vegas, you'll know that despite this video being as long as it is, I've barely even scratched the surface of the amount of content there is in this game, let alone the myriad of ways you can engage with it depending on the type of courier you are in any given run. I almost feel guilty, like I'm underselling this game. Not that I'm trying to sell it, but you know what I mean. Or that I'm doing the game a disservice by not listing absolutely everything. There's just so much. Recovering the body of a dead NCR trooper on the request of his wife. Helping out another NCR officer trapped in a vault with the Fiends. The whole Thorn series of quests where you have to fight all kinds of creatures and then recover their eggs. And where you can actually end up in a relationship of sorts with the woman who runs the place. The whole bunch of side stories you can find in the Atomic Wrangler, Freeside's casino. Or actually the smaller quests related to the strip itself too. Camp Golf and the whole thing around working out why the various NCR stations have been getting the wrong supplies, and there have been falsified reports going out, which can go all sorts of ways, depending on choices you've made previously or what direction you choose in the quest itself. I honestly could keep going on and on here, but at the risk of sounding like a stuck record, there is literally such a complicated web of choices, and choices within choices, and consequences both foreseen and unforeseen, and then a whole shed-load of other content that New Vegas just basically blows my mind, and has made trying to choose what to cover here an almost paralysing experience. I'm not exaggerating when I say that even to this day, which is right now 15 years and some change after the game released, I am still finding or experiencing new things in my playthroughs. It never stops offering up something new to me. Beyond even the Fallout series itself, there are very few games in general that have given me the experience New Vegas has. In fact, I would say one that came very close for me was actually Baldur's Gate 3, which had so many ways to do things and so many surprising consequences and outcomes that I actually felt a ghost of a whisper of the kind of wonder I had with New Vegas the first time around. There's just something special going on with New Vegas. It is an absolutely monumental achievement. Obsidian did something incredible with New Vegas that I dare say may not ever actually be repeated. Sure, there will be games that offer similar breadth of choice perhaps, but there's just something about New Vegas in particular that keeps me coming back. Is it nostalgia wrapped up in a love of the freedom, further wrapped up with a love for the Fallout franchise? Sure. Is it also something mysterious I maybe won't ever be able to fully explain? Absolutely. But I'm trying. Maybe someone will TLDR my nearly 4-hour long video trying to explain it in the comments, sum it up quickly, and I'll look like an idiot. Who knows? Anyway, my thoughts and musings at this stage of the video aside, that's a big exploration of player choice and relevant game mechanics done, so we're going to move on to the next bit. Now, one might feel a bit of sadness after all that. The main quest, side quests, companion quests, the obscure decisions, the downright psychotic ones, the huge cast of characters, the game ends. You can't roam the world post-credits to see the changes, but that's where modders came in with the functional post-game ending mod. It attempts to implement exactly that, experiencing the aftermath of your decisions in gameplay. By default, Fallout New Vegas ends when the credits roll. You get all those narrated slides, but then you're right back to your last save before the dam. Many players wanted to actually walk around the Mojave after the battle to see how things changed. Functional post-game ending is a fan-made mod that strives to make the world reflect your ending state and allow free play beyond the final mission. It's a huge undertaking, but it effectively flips all the right switches in the game world after you finish the main quest. With FPGE installed, you enter a world that has to live with what you did. The Mojave carries on, visibly altered, scarred, occupied, emptied, or overcrowded depending on the outcome of Hoover Dam, and dozens of smaller decisions feeding into it. What follows is not a comprehensive catalogue that would take thousands more words and make this video unbearably long, but a flavour of how the mod shows you the consequences of your actions. In an independent New Vegas without an upgraded Securitron army, the immediate aftermath is chaos. Rioting erupts across Freeside, Westside, North Vegas, and even the Strip itself. Fires burn, rubble chokes streets, and roaming rioters attack anything nearby. It takes weeks for the violence to burn itself out, and in that time New Vegas becomes actively hostile to its own inhabitants. The NCR and the Legion are both driven out entirely, leaving only the Mojave outpost as a distant NCR observation point. Hoover Dam, once the centrepiece of the conflict, is left abandoned and destroyed, its generators ruined beyond use. Travel to the Strip drops sharply as word spreads that New Vegas is dangerous, unstable, and no longer worth the risk. If the independent ending includes upgraded Securitrons, the scale of that chaos changes. Rioting still breaks out across the outer districts, but the Strip itself is locked down by a doubled Securitron presence. The NCR and Legion are still expelled, but the Strip regains its pre-war traffic levels if President Kimball survives. Hoover Dam and the El Dorado substation are no longer ruins, but heavily guarded Securitron installations, sealed off from intrusion. Independence remains, but it is enforced by steel and surveillance rather than goodwill. Under Mr. House, New Vegas becomes visibly cleaner, busier, and more controlled. Securitrons flood the Strip and spill outward into Freeside, Westside, and North Vegas. Buildings are repaired, old structures refurbished, and construction crews work openly in the streets. Jobs are offered, but only to those willing to accept House's rule. Those who refuse are forcibly removed from their homes and dumped on the outskirts by Securitrons. Hoover Dam, Helios 1, and the El Dorado substation are all secured under House's control. Order returns, but it is selective, enforced, and conditional. A Legion victory with Caesar alive transforms New Vegas into an occupied capital. Legion banners fly, checkpoints line the roads, and crucifixions and enslavement become a common sight, though daily life continues under Caesar's rigid order. The NCR is expelled, but Strip Securitrons remain, tolerated by Caesar. Caesar himself takes up residence in the Lucky 38 penthouse. Hoover Dam and the El Dorado substation are occupied and destroyed, with Lanius seen training troops at the dam. The Tops is destroyed outright, while Gomorrah and the Ultralux may survive if they proved useful, stripped of gambling and excess, hollowed into controlled shells. If Caesar is dead and Lanius rules, restraint disappears entirely. The Strip's Securitrons are destroyed. All casinos are wiped out regardless of prior alliances. New Vegas becomes sparsely populated as crucifixions, executions, and enslavement gut the city of named characters and civilian life. The Lucky 38 becomes Lanius' stronghold, and the Mojave feels emptied rather than conquered. An NCR victory brings annexation. NCR soldiers, flags, propaganda posters, recruitment officers, toll booths, and checkpoints spread across the region. Senators move into the Lucky 38 to govern the Mojave politically. The Legion is driven out, but independence vanishes with it. Roads are regulated, movement is taxed, and New Vegas becomes another territory absorbed into a stretched republic. Beyond the main endings, the wasteland experiences further changes. Black Mountain can fall silent or spawn nightkin that stalk the roads at night. Jacobstown can grow into a thriving mutant refuge or dissolve into roaming, hostile camps. Freeside can become a relief hub, a battleground, or a graveyard. The followers can be overwhelmed, expelled, protected, or exterminated. Towns like Novak, Prim, and Goodsprings can prosper, decay, or vanish entirely. FPGE shows you so much: streets altered, populations thinned, banners changed, checkpoints erected, and communities erased. It's an incredible achievement. So, with the mod installed, you have to live with what you've done in a whole other way, but it is glorious. Overall, FPGE fulfills the fantasy of seeing the consequences of your choices firsthand. It's an ambitious mod. It effectively has to account for dozens of combinations, like we covered. According to the mod author, it took into account nearly everything, so that missing content, or otherwise, shouldn't be an issue. They clearly poured love into it, being a long-time fan. It's indicative of New Vegas' lasting appeal that someone went to such lengths. People want to linger in this world and observe its transformation. FPGE answers that call. As a final note before moving on, I highly recommend the mod. I never play without it. Looking back at everything we've covered, and boy, we've covered a lot, the myriad choices from tiny to huge and everything in between, it should be as clear to you as it has been to me that New Vegas delivers an experience truly shaped by you, the player. The game world is in no way static or merely reactive in superficial ways. It fundamentally transforms based on what you do. And as we've seen, it goes way beyond binary good or evil choices either. It's a whole spectrum of decisions about who to support, who to betray, who to save, how to solve problems, whether to solve them at all, or whether to just go on a total rampage and burn down the whole world. Maybe at this stage we need to answer the question posed by the video title: what makes New Vegas so special? Well, I would argue that it's the player agency we've been covering, but to go deeper, why is this player agency so compelling? Because, quite simply, it makes your story feel personal. It makes you feel like your actions make a difference for better or worse. New Vegas beckons you to express yourself through gameplay. Are you the type who sides with a democracy despite its flaws, believing in structure? The game lets you champion that, or undermine it from within if you get disillusioned. Do you crave the challenge of an evil run, marching with a slave army and crushing the weak? The game provides that avenue too, with all its grim repercussions laid bare. Perhaps you admire a visionary like Mr. House. You can become his trusted lieutenant and build a shining Vegas at the cost of some freedoms. Or, like many, you believe the Mojave should determine its own fate, so you kick everyone out and take the reins with Yes Man, forging an independence narrative. And those are just some of the options. You can really just do things however you like. There's a whole subgenre of videos on YouTube where players try to break the game via insane choices. It's surprisingly hard to do from what I've seen. And as we've explored, New Vegas doesn't judge which path is correct in a moralistic way. It presents consequences and lets you decide if you can live with them. That maturity in writing is rare, I think. Even the Legion path, clearly villainous, is portrayed with enough nuance, Caesar's philosophy and the NCR's corruption, that you understand why someone might think it's viable. The game respects the player's intelligence to choose and face outcomes, rather than funneling everyone into a simplistic, heroic ending. And, it doesn't lean into a sadistic power fantasy too much in the sense of validating any particular approach on the nose. You are left to make that determination yourself. I think if I were to try and explain a part of this whole thing I'd say makes the game special for me personally, it's the fact that this depth of agency creates a strong emotional investment. It does for me anyway. When you reach the end slides and hear how your decisions affected everyone, it often gives chills. It's your story being recapped, the friends you helped, the foes you vanquished, the legacy you left behind. You can't turn away from it. Whether it's a triumph or tragedy or the story of an indecisive coward, you feel responsibility for it. I've had moments where an ending slide was bittersweet and I immediately wanted to reload an earlier save to change just one thing. That is great game design. It makes you care and think after the game is done, makes you want to experience all the variants of what could happen. We're very used to a situation today in gaming where often the player is asked to simply follow a set storyline, and set against that, New Vegas stands out by saying, "Here's the keys to the car, you drive." And it does so without sacrificing narrative quality. Indeed, the narrative is actually enhanced by that flexibility. The Obsidian team managed to make each branch feel coherent and satisfying, in my opinion. That's a monumental writing challenge, yet they pulled it off in just 18 months of development time, unbelievably. Obviously, they had the engine and a lot of the assets already in place, which helped make this possible, but it was an incredible achievement nonetheless. For me personally, speaking perhaps like one of the fans on a forum might, New Vegas is my favourite game of all time precisely because no other game has made me feel as influential in its world. It's like a super dense novel that reads you as much as you read it. The world responds to your character's identity. You are co-creating, co-authoring the story right alongside the game. That act of co-creation maybe, perhaps, feeds a human need and instinct that goes to a deeper level. If you think about it, the act of co-creation is perhaps one of the most deeply entrenched drives the human race, and in fact all life, has. Working on something creative, any artist, musician or writer will know this, can feel like you're having a child. So maybe the co-creative aspect of playing New Vegas creates that emotional bond as much through the act as through the freedom it offers you as a player. I could wax lyrical forever about this, but really we need to start wrapping this thing up. So, in closing, New Vegas is special because it exemplifies, perhaps more than any other game, the power of player agency. It proves, and beyond that, is an absolute masterclass in the fact that giving the player freedom rather than putting the narrative at risk actually makes the experience more unforgettable and highly personal. The stories we tell that we create with New Vegas are ours. The game's ability to accommodate almost any crazy decision and still produce a coherent outcome is nothing short of remarkable. And that is why it's my favourite game of all time. There's simply nothing else, for me, that offers this degree of freedom while maintaining a strong narrative and reactive world. It's the standard I hold other role-playing games to, and frankly, very few have measured up to the bar New Vegas set back in 2010. So, after the majority of what may be one of the longest YouTube videos you've ever watched, and certainly the longest I've ever made, here's to Fallout New Vegas and its player agency. No gods, no masters indeed, just our choices and the story we choose to tell.